What's up, y'all? I'm Lisa Blonet, and you're locked into Blonet Media. Make sure you smash that like button, share out this live. You guys are feeling the vibe. Go ahead and subscribe. Remember, we are the third party. This is a commentary and reaction channel, and your POV is welcome in the chat. Just talk to me nice. All right, you guys, today I wanted to get into the Tupac Shakur trial. If you guys don't know, Tupac Shakur trial has officially kicked off as of yesterday, August 10th, but they are in jury selection right now. So in the meantime, I still wanted to keep the conversation going, get you guys used to and welcoming you guys in to speaking and just exploring and being able to follow this trial. Now, it's my understanding that their cameras are going to be allowed inside of the courtroom, and that there will be a live stream where we can follow this court case through live stream. And I'm crossing my fingers. I'm hoping so, you guys. But in the meantime, they are doing jury selection, so it doesn't seem like there are any cameras or anything, understandably so. But the conversation still must be had. Now, today I wanted to get into the talk, rumors, whatever you want to call it, truth tea rumors of $1 million being put out there to unalive Tupac. Okay. And I've heard it from more than one source. I also wanted to get into Suge Knight's words, some of Suge Knight's interviews. There are so much information, so many interviews, so many clips. So I just kind of wanted to tame it, bring it in, and kind of guide you guys through some of the things that I have found important to this case and bringing justice to the family and to the fans. You know what I'm saying? And anybody who loved Tupac Shakur, whether it's through his music, whether you knew him personally, I feel like justice is long overdue. And I can't wait to see justice served. All right. I also wanted to explore and let you guys in on some of the things that I've been researching and how I feel that Kim Porter, who was Sean Diddy Combs' Puffy baby mama, though they were never married, okay, this was an important person in his life, all right? She went through a lot, just like Cassie did. And I feel like she is speaking from the grave, all right? Two of the people that we're talking about are no longer here. I would like to send out my condolences, prayers, and positive vibes to Tupac Shakur's family, friends, as well as Kim Porter's family and friends, and anyone who has been affected by the loss of these lives, okay? So let's go ahead and get on into this, you guys. And the reason why I feel it important for us to talk about Suge Knight is he seems to be a pivotal part of this whole thing, right? He was the head of Death Row Records. He is the one who got Tupac out of jail. He signed Tupac, and he was around for a lot of this. He's one of the only other people that is alive that is closely, directly associated with what went on in Las Vegas that fateful night, okay? On Flamingo in Koval, I mean, maybe an hour before midnight. So that is the reason why I wanted to go ahead and talk about Suge Knight as well, okay? And he says some interesting things. He does. He says some interesting things, you guys. All right? Now, let me give you a little bit on TPD and where we're at with this, okay? For those of you who don't know, and I would always like to intro this when I speak about this, okay? Because some people may not know. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis is a former LA street gang figure and the only person charged with orchestrating the 1996 fatal drive-by pow-pow shooting of rap icon Tupac Shakur in Las Vegas. Now, he was arrested in September of 2023 outside of his Las Vegas home, and he faces a charge of red rum. Well, since I'm speaking, I guess, I don't know, you guys. I'm just going to say that. With a deadly weapon with gang enhancements. Okay. Now, he has pleaded not guilty. Now, for the background of his arrest, the former prominent member, he was the shot caller. Okay. He was the head honcho of the Southside Compton Crips. He was arrested outside his Las Vegas home in September 2023, nearly 3 decades after Tupac Shakur's unaliving. Okay. Prosecutors allege he provided the gun and masterminded the powing following a casino altercation earlier that night involving his late nephew, Orlando Anderson, and Tupac Shakur. All right. Now, this drew renewed police attention after openly discussing, and this is due to his public admissions. Okay. This is the reason why we're here in the first damn place. And thank God. Okay. His public admissions drew renewed police attention after openly discussing his role in the killing in numerous interviews in his 2019 memoir, Compton Street Legend, which he now says denies writing and all of the things. Okay. Now, he stated publicly that he was in the car for which the shots were fired, though he claimed in his book that another occupant fired the weapon. Okay. Now, there are videos out there that's detailing the background and history of the suspect in the Tupac murder case. All right. I just wanted to give you guys a little information before we get into it, just to catch everybody up to speed. All right. Now, we are going to get into Dwayne Keefe D. I'm just going to say Keefe D. Dwayne Keefe D. Davis arrest. Okay. We're also going to get into some of these interviews, Vlad TV. I'm also going to be talking about Greg Kading, who is the retired officer who essentially got Keefe D to confess. There was a 2008 and 2009 interview, which I cannot find, but understandably so. And recently, a judge ruled that some of the information that in interviews that they were trying to leave out can be admitted in court. So this is going to be explosive, you guys. All right. I'm also going to mention Chris Carroll, who was now a retired police officer. And did you guys know he was the last person to speak to Tupac? Yeah. Now, some type of physical evidence, I feel like something or some type of physical evidence besides the admission, right? Some witness, because all this is going to take, all this that took place, the police have to have something. Okay? A witness, I don't know, a clue, DNA, I don't know, right? They had to have something, meaning maybe somebody overheard something. Maybe he had a conversation with somebody. Maybe somebody was there at the time when they planned it, because Keefe D is saying that he was nowhere in Vegas. And I'm damn sure that somebody is going to come forward and point him out and say that they saw him in Vegas. I think that's what's going to seal his fate. Okay. It's what the police have. Now, from my understanding, they don't have anything physical, right? But we don't know. We don't know. We'll have to see, right? But like I said, maybe somebody was there at the time, when he planned it, or after he wrote the book. Maybe, they have a story, that they talked to him. Now, what we have to understand is that I know they say that the police are crooked. I know they say they didn't do their job, but at the end of the day, the police ain't stupid. And there had to be something that compelled them to bring him in, okay, or to even offer him a proffer in the first place, right? Remember, he did 2 interviews. He did an interview in 2008, and he did an interview in 2009. And this man's story or lie, like he's saying he's lying now, has never changed. Okay. Damn near 30 years. He's been consistently lying. I feel like you've been consistently telling the truth. All right. I don't know how you're going to get out of that. But like I said, this man, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, was taken into custody in 2023 because he was running his mouth. But I feel like there is something that compelled the police that they already had. Let's go ahead and get into Keefe D's arrest, okay? And then we'll talk. Hit that like button, you guys.
Hey, Keith, Metro Police, come over here. Hey, Metro Police, come over here, all right? Thanks, buddy. Come on over here. Appreciate your cooperation, okay? I'll stand right here in front of the car. Yep, yep, go and put it down. I know, hang on, put that down. A second, all right? You got nothing on you, right? Hooks. You have anything on you, sir? No. Thirsty. Thirsty? Okay, yeah, we'll get you a drink. Hang on, all right? Just want to make sure you got no weapons on you or anything, okay? Separate the two, sir. Thank you. Put your palms together like you're clapping. I just want to make sure these cuffs can be all right on you. Yep. You mind? Yep. I'll follow you. Oh, yep. I'm good. My person's clear. Am I good? Huh? Do you have anything on you, sir? No. Oh, that was okay. Phone and water. Perfect. We're gonna put you in the car. I need to drink some water. I mean, I'm thirsty. Yeah, we'll let you get a drink. You just going for a walk or what? Yeah. Okay. You do like a morning walk every day, or? Yeah, stay in shape. Okay. We'll get you some water, my man. Can you try to get it now? Yeah. As soon as we get you in the car, we'll get you in. Yeah, we'll put in the car. All right. We appreciate it, sir. All right. Let's walk over here, sir. Okay. You don't worry. Your water's gonna come. You double walking all that? Yep. Okay. Everything's good. You got legs? I don't. You have legs? Yeah, I got some. Yep. Hold on before we put them. Yep. We got to put some leg shackles on you. It's just part of our policy. Are you wearing double pants, sir? You wearing double pants or these are boxers? All right, I'm going to pull these all the way up. I'm going to toss these down real quick, my man. Cool. All right, sir. Go and have a seat right in here. I'm going to help you out. Yep. Just kind of put your butt up against there. Kick that foot up. You ready? I'm a pro, dude. Oh, you got it? All right. I'm a pro. He's I'm a pro. All right. Thank you. No, we're done.
So what they got you for, man?
Biggest case in Las Vegas history.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Like recent?
September 7th, 1996.
Oh no shit. Wow. That's a long time. That's a long time away.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Hmm?
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Not a detective quite yet, but yeah. Shit, that's a long time away, man. What was that? Fucking 20-some years? No, more than that. Yeah, shit. Sure took him a while, huh?
Yeah. I ain't worried about it. I ain't doing shit, so
Well, I mean, that's what court's for, right? Oh, so they raided your house and stuff, huh? That was like
2 months ago.
Yeah.
Then they, I'm walking around the corner this morning, walking through my walk.
Mm-hmm.
Elbow thinking, "Don't move, fucker!"
Oh shit!
They ain't up in their car.
Wow.
They said they make no big ass scene like they do now.
They didn't make a scene like last time.
They made a big ass scene.
Oh, they did. Oh wow.
Oh yeah, they had 3 SWAT units. I'm in my back. There are a bunch of walkie-talkies in the house behind me. So I peep over the gate. Me and the SWAT dude peeped over the gate at the same time. Dude.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Walk in the house. Shit, my whole house was lit up. This is Las Vegas Metropolitan SWAT team.
They weren't very subtle then, huh?
He said they do that this shit this time. I was walking down the street and this dude just jumped out. Come on, motherfucker. The apprehension team or some shit.
Hmm.
You know, this man is really out of touch. He is constantly storytelling, bragging, looking for the spotlight. Sir, you have just been arrested, okay, for the unaliving of Tupac Shakur. And all you can do is point out details about why you're there and for the biggest. It's like he is always sensationalizing things to get that attention. And that's the price that you pay. Okay. So this was the arrest of TPD. Okay. Now that we're caught up to speed and you guys see exactly why we're here, let's go ahead and get into a Suge Knight interview. And he's done a few. Okay. It was so many, like, so many versions, so many breakdowns, so many, videos and things like that. But I want to get into this specific interview, okay? And in this interview, he says some things that will, I believe, because I felt it important to talk about Suge Knight because he is on the witness list of 200 plus people. He is going to be one of the main people on the witness list. Not only that, he was sitting right next to Tupac. If anybody knows what happened from his POV, it would be Suge. No one saw this or witnessed the event that happened from his point of view and from where he was, but Suge Knight. And I feel that he could either be the wrench or throw a wrench into this whole case. Why? Because he's a reluctant witness. Okay. If they have to force him to testify, I've heard somebody else say this, he might do the Woody thing where he's going to be, I don't know. I plead the fifth. Or he just may say some of the things that he said in his interview. Okay. And I feel like that may have an impact on the jury because, when you're in the jury, you have to go by specific rules. You are given a set of instructions before you go deliberate. It's not like they can just willy-nilly just, hey, and just take, no. They have to follow a rigid jury instructions before they go deliberate to find out if somebody is either guilty or innocent. Okay. And with this interview that Suge Knight did, this will probably take most jurors into a tailspin. Okay. I'm like, what are you talking about? Right? but somehow I'm compelled to believe him, which leaves me somewhere stuck in the middle. So I wanted to bring this to you guys to see what you guys think and to give your thoughts. And again, I think that it's important. Okay. Now, we have heard that, and this is just my perspective because I was there in 96. I totally remember when Tupac, most people remember, whether you were 2 or 22, you remember the day that you heard that Tupac was shot. Okay. Now I'm talking about on the LA streets. This was the I don't know what word to say, but this is what was on the streets. Okay. I was there. All right. Now we have heard, well, this is just from my point of view, so just make sure you take it with a grain of salt. But we heard on these LA streets that Suge Knight had set up Tupac. Okay. And that's the reason why he wasn't pow pow, he was only grazed. Okay. And I'm talking about this because I was there. Now, this is what was going around in what? 1996, 1995. Okay. And I'm telling you, on these LA streets, this was what we were thinking. They were saying that Suge set up Tupac, and that's the reason why Tupac was pow pow and he was only grazed. They also said that Snoop Dogg and Tupac had kind of fell out. They were kind of like not enemies, but they had fell out. I'll just put it like that. And Tupac was at odds with Snoop, and that Snoop knew. Now, they didn't say that he had something to do with it, but they did say that Snoop Dogg knew that Tupac was going to die. He knew that something was going to happen to Tupac. And this is the reason why he removed himself from the festivities. You know, the fight between, I think it was Mike Tyson and some other guy. I forgot his name, Selden or something like that. And then, and you remember, they were like the Boxy twins. When you saw Tupac, you saw Snoop, two of America's most wanted. Come on now. Okay. Right. And this is why he removed himself, not only from the festivities, the fight, and then there was a rumor that he was at the hospital. So for us, meaning the fans, that kind of calmed things down because we was like, oh, okay, he was at the hospital. Okay. So what they were saying, it's not true. Snoop was at the hospital. And we never believed that Snoop had anything to do with that, right? But there are videos out there where people were like, that would talk about this, and they would like zoom in on Snoop's face and be like, look at his face. Look at his face. He knew. Look at how he's reacting. He knew. There were narratives out there. There were videos out there. There were clips out there putting some of the guilt and blame on Snoop Dogg himself. Okay. Well, why were we saying that they fell out? They were saying that he was jealous. Okay. They were saying that he knew. And now the Diddy thing that we're trying to connect and tie to them was not 1996. Okay. I just want to let you guys know, because we're going to get into the Diddy thing as well. All right. We didn't even think anything about Diddy. There was no Diddy talk until recent years, you guys. I just want to let you know it was no Diddy thing. But I believe that Diddy was all up in this. And this is where Kim Porter is going to come in. So let's get to the Suge Knight interview. And then we're going to dive into Kim Porter, her book, what she had to say, and how this all comes together. Okay? So let me go ahead and pull up the Suge Knight interview, you guys. Thank you guys for tapping in. Hold on. I appreciate you guys, but let me go ahead and get into that interview, okay? Let me see where it is. Hold on, y'all. Make sure you like, share out this video, you guys, so more people will come in. Make sure you comment. I do want to hear what you guys have to say. But for right now, let's get into the art of dialogue and this interview that he had with Suge Knight. Now, we're not going to listen to this whole video, but I do want to let you know, if you guys want to watch this video in its entirety, okay, go on over to the art of dialogue right here on YouTube, and you can watch the whole video in its entirety, okay? It's about almost 2 hours long, but we are going to go through some excerpts of this video that I feel that's important, okay? Now, let me go ahead and pull this up for y'all. And let's get into this. Now, we're going to hear a little bit of the beginning of the interview just to get into the interview. And then I have some timestamps for you guys to listen to. Okay, hold on.
AI agents. Well, hey, don't be scared. Here's how Monday.com makes agents clear, easy, and user-friendly. First of all,
when Tupac got shot in Vegas, was Snoop at the hospital?
So Snoop didn't go nowhere near the hospital. So when it happened, as you know, for some strange reason, but now we know the real reason, Snoop did not attend the fight with us or the club, the after party at Club 662. And it was so crazy about that, we thought it was strange that he wasn't there. This is the first one he did attend. And according to Warren G and everybody else, now we know why he didn't. But to get straight to the point was this. I was at my house in Vegas, and I started calling Snoop, telling him, hey, what's up? You know, like it's something wrong with this situation. Pac in the hospital, come holler at him, come check on him. So he drove down, and I was at the house waiting on him. And Tupac's mother was at my house. So we back by the pool, and then the pool area is like 2 big guest houses. So as when Snoop come up and there's other people out there, we walk in the back to talk. As we start talking, I said, you know, I'm on him like, man, why you ain't here? You should have been at the hospital. And then Tupac's mother was there, and Fanny, she was like, yeah, I know you should want to see him. He told her, he was like, well, look, Tupac hates me right now. He mad at me. He hates me. So I feel bad, and that's why I didn't go up there. And Tupac's mother said, well, look, Pac was mad at me too for a few things I'd rather not swear, for some stealing shit, she said, right? But, you know, we all do that with our mothers. So she said, well, he was mad at me too, but that's my son, I'm there. And if he hates you, you still supposed to go do the right thing and go visit him, right? So as we start talking, Snoop just start crying and fell down and start throwing up, like literally throwing up, right? So we looking at him like, damn, what happened to this dude? So once he get up and explain to him, and you know, we didn't think nothing weird. We just thought he really emotional right now and he throwing up, you know? So when he got himself together, we were still talking to him. Pac's mother says, it's going to be all right. He said, look, Boo Boo is pregnant. That's Shantae, Snoop's wife, by the way. That's the homegirl. She good people. So he told both of us that Boo Boo's pregnant. If it's going to be a boy, he going to name him Tupac, after Tupac. She had a boy, and they named him Cordell. That's Snoop's last son with her. So I don't know where you get all the extras from, but they had a conversation at the hospital and all that. That's absolutely not true. Say less. if you know what I mean. But instead of just saying less, since I've been in here, Snoop and other people been having people trying to bail the guy out, Keefy D, because he talking too much. Raising them trying to do stuff for Puffy because they say he talking too much. They even had somebody talk to me and say, hey, you can help him get free.
Now I hope you guys just caught that what Suge Knight just said. But he said that there were several people, including Snoop Dogg, that wanted to bail Keefy D out of jail because he was talking too much. I say too little, too late. Because before he even got in jail, he was talking too damn much. That's why he in jail. But I wanted to put this to you guys because I want to hear from you guys. Do you guys believe what Suge Knight is saying? Or do you think he's lying? There's more. Let's keep going.
I said, look, I don't have nothing to do with none of that. And I'm not leaving prison to go to nobody county jail. To the point they were saying, well, you can't leave and sacrifice a little bit in the county jail to stop that black man from getting life. Hell the fuck no. I ain't wishing bad on him at all because I don't want to see nobody go to prison. And like I told you last time, since I find out more details about certain things, I probably would go to the Vegas County Jail if me and Keefy D with Sellies. We have a good conversation after I give him, six upside his head, another 6 in his body, and another 2. But yeah, that's definitely didn't happen with Snoop didn't go to the hospital. That's a lie.
All right, he said Snoop did not go to the hospital to see Tupac. It was a lie because they had fell out, y'all. They were not talking at that time. And some narratives out there lead us to believe that Snoop stayed up and out the way because he knew that something was going to happen to Tupac. Now, I'm not saying he orchestrated, he was in on it or anything like that, but he knew that something was going to happen to Tupac. All right. Now, let's go ahead and get into, and it goes deeper as to how and what part Snoop played in all this and how much he actually knew. Y'all are not going to believe what you're about to hear, okay? So I'm going to skip forward a little bit. This whole interview is interesting, but I just wanted to touch on some points because ultimately we are going to go to Kim Porter's book, and all these people are saying it all ties together, okay? Somebody ain't lying. That's all I got to say. Somebody ain't lying. And when you listen to this, it's like doing a tap dance, but at the end of the day, all of the pieces of the puzzle come together. All right. Let me go ahead and go skip ahead a little bit and I'm gonna let you guys hear about Snoop. The words got him and the walkie-talkie that he allegedly had. Okay, let's go.
If you don't mind, like go more into detail.
I'm gonna typically like this. I'm never gonna say him. but the writing's on the wall. What I mean by that, I know they got into it in New York. I know Pac ain't turning nothing down. Pac go, 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 go. When it's time to go, he gonna go. And I know that us three, the three of us, was close. After I called my mother, I'm gonna hit Pac, I'm gonna hit Snoop, make sure they straight. So all three of us communicated with each other always. He had a fight. He had a ticket for the fight, a Tyson fight, where we always go to, a ringside ticket. They all knew that was an East Coast night, and everybody was excited about it. I had Run DMC performing that night. When you look at it, Dad said that, hey, we weren't going. Snoop was on, fuck Death Row, basically fuck Tupac and everything above, and something gonna happen.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
Warren G says that Snoop was at his house watching the fight, and he had the walkie-talkie, the radio. Now, these walkie-talkies, the radios I had, it's not a Nextel. This is before all that. I had these radios that work on the whole West Coast. San Diego, Vegas, Oregon, the West Coast, Denver, right? So only time a person got one of those radios, it's like if they was going to a club or they was going to court or they was going to an event, that they could communicate with their security. Whoever doing those security details, the security didn't keep them 24/7. So the radios were handed to, if two guys was going to be on Snoop, I would hand them two radios, and Snoop would have one. After that's finished, they would turn them back in. So it wasn't no need for Snoop to have a radio. That was surprising. So when Warren says he heard the shots, he heard everything was going on, and when everybody said they heard him say they got him, that's not just a red flag. That's a fact that somebody involved with something they shouldn't have been in, and they had a radio they shouldn't have had. So that was the first thing. Then Corrupt, they interviewed Corrupt, and Corrupt says Snoop had the meeting and said, we're not going to Vegas. So they weren't going to Loserville, so that's basically saying like something's going to happen. And then Nate Dogg says, I'm going to Vegas. I don't got to be around those niggas. That's his exact words. I can be here, I can be there, long as I don't be around them. Basically saying, long as I'm not standing next to Tupac or me, he'll have to worry about a straight bullet getting him. No other way. And the fact that not only did he not come to the hospital, not one of them people, whatever you want to call them, did not do a song with Tupac. We put out 2 albums after Tupac was gone. Snoop not on one. Snoop did his album. You probably guys don't remember. He did that album on his own. Where it was The Dogfather. It's not a Pac verse on that one. And he had lots of them to pick from. Not a one. When Tupac got a star on Hollywood Walk of Fame, not one of those individuals, them people, did not come. So you can go up there and accept the award for Pac, act like y'all was close, but y'all was enemies at that time. And I do say this with all respect to the whole West Coast. I tried everything to keep the love for Snoop. If there's something personal, we'll deal with that on something personal. But when he went out his way and showed the facts, what he did, his involvement, that bothers me. And what's even worse than that, Ray J even said Snoop told him that. So it's like bragging points. But it is what it is, you know? Certain things that happen can't be changed.
Ray J been in the melee and the mess since day numero uno. And everybody, oh, I wonder where Ray J all up in the Kool-Aid. Okay. He may not have anything to do with this. This is just an off conversation. This is just by the way. Okay. We wonder how Ray J has been intertwined in the BS for a long, long time. Okay. We still want to know what happened with Whitney Houston. We still want to know why you was chilling and kicking it with Wendy Williams and then she went off the deep end and you ain't answered nothing yet. Fast forward to now, the newer generation knows nothing about the connections that Ray J had. Ray J was known as the plug. And before he was the plug, he was known as Brandy's little brother. So you can imagine him coming into this industry at a young age, what happened to him. Because he definitely was linked to Diddy. I'm just going to leave that there. Okay? No one is innocent in this. Now, he, who is Suge Knight, specifically said that Snoop Dogg had a walkie-talkie. Warren G said Snoop Dogg was at his house watching the fight and he had a walkie-talkie. He knew that something was going to happen. It's the reason why he didn't go to the fight. They were enemies at the time. You heard Suge Knight say that they were enemies at the time. Like, you can go collect, the reward, act like y'all was all good, act like y'all was close, but at that time, y'all was enemies. Y'all was friends turned enemies. He didn't talk to Tupac if he didn't talk to Snoop. He didn't talk to Snoop if he didn't talk to Tupac. So he is going to feel the difference like, wait a minute, what's going on? Y'all done fell out, like, right? And he keeps saying them people. Were there more involved? Like I said, there's always going to be a paper trail of either documents or people. Warren G knows something. I'm pretty sure Corrupt and the Dog Pound knows something. Everybody that was in that camp. This is crazy. It was East Coast night, the night of the fight. He had Run DMC, who was from New York, okay, to come perform. Snoop Dogg knew that. But he said Snoop Dogg was on some F Death Row, F Tupac, and he knew that something was going to happen. Now, if this is true, why would Snoop Dogg have two-way radios? Now, I know it's hard to kind of fathom if you came after Generation X, or if you may have been a child when Tupac was killed, okay? But I do just want to let you know that although mobile phones were created, okay, invented in 1973, we didn't know anything about it, but just a little history on mobile phones. But they didn't become popular and on the streets where everybody had one until like the early 2000s, all right? 1990s, kind of, but between that era, okay? So maybe a select few had them, but at this time, nobody was walking around with no damn cell phone, okay? Unless it was a big ass brick. Nobody was walking around with cell phones, okay? Until really like, I don't know, the early 2000s, maybe the late 1990s. So I just wanted to bring that. And then as far as the internet, okay, the internet hit the airwaves and was made popular in 2004, okay? It started with Facebook, y'all. So I just want to put you guys in a context of communications and how people were communicating and what was what, because it's hard to fathom now. Like, girl, all you gotta do is go on the internet. Girl, there was no internet. There was no Facebook. There was no Instagram. There was no tickety talk. Okay? No, everybody wasn't walking around with no damn iPhone. All right? So I just wanted to kind of put you guys into context. Now, let's hear a little bit more of this because he says something that I think is interesting. I want you guys to hear what went down on the walkie-talkies. I don't think we heard that yet. Okay, so let's get into that.
But shit, if you look, you're not gonna smell the smoke. You're gonna see that fire burning. That's that.
You and Miss Chalet, what made you start messing around with her, knowing that she had a baby with Dr. Dre?
To do with the fact that he didn't get mad about me sleeping with Miss Chalet. Because I'm probably think that at that time, like I said, it's nothing to be proud of. 90% of the women that look good, I had some time with them, you know? You do those things when you're young. So when you get somebody, when you get older, or old like me, you can appreciate somebody, you know?
The Death Row party where y'all made a guy that was affiliated with Bad Boy Drake Urine. Can you give me the backstory?
Okay, you guys. So I wanted to go ahead and get into the altercation that happened between Suge Knight and somebody from the Bad Boy camp, okay, who showed up to a party that Suge Knight was throwing or was attending. And this person from the Bad Boy camp showed up with a artist named Jewel. Okay. This is what Suge Knight is going to go into. He's going to explain that, right? But if you know, you know. Okay. I don't have any history on Jewel, but she was an artist. I think she was a singer. I remember the name. I remember her music, but she was a messy character. Okay. And I want to get into the reason behind some of the beef, besides Tupac being shot at Quad Studios, okay, in 1994, which really is what started the East Coast West Coast beef. All right, but go ahead and listen to this. This is very interesting to me on what they did and what happened and the result of it. And this is where this also draws Diddy into this, you guys. Diddy is all up in through here. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this.
So when you get somebody, when you get older, or old like me, you can appreciate somebody, you know?
The Death Row party where y'all made a guy that was affiliated with Bad Boy Drake Urine. Can you give me the backstory behind that?
I always have a big Christmas party for, for Death Row. And it's hard to get like certain places because they don't, they don't agree with the lifestyle we live. We about that life. So I rented this whole compound of property to have a Christmas party there. And, we bring our parents and all that type of stuff. So I always want to have a nice, one of the best groups around, the oldie group. I had the Isaac brothers do Mother's Day, but for the Christmas party, I had the Whispers. And what's better than the Whispers as the beat goes on for all our parents and the older people and us. So we're at this Christmas party, and, Jodeci there, pretty much everybody. So we, everybody doing shots before we get to the party. Now we're at the party. Now Jewel's my homegirl. But Jewel's part of the Compton Get Downs. And it's nothing slicker than the Compton Get Downs. You know what I mean? They're going to play every side, upside, downside, whatever they want to do.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
So me and Pac is talking, and Jewel comes over and introduces her to this dude to say that's her boyfriend. So she walks away and she come back. Well, they walking away, but she come back without the guy. And she said, "What's up, Pac?" She talking to me and Pac. And Pac said, "Damn, Jewel, who you with? Is he from the West Coast?" Jokingly, not thinking he's not from the West Coast. Jewel started laughing and said, "Shit, that motherfucker worked for Bad Boy. That's one of Puffy's people." So Pac was like, "Jewel, everybody say you're loyal, you're unloyal, you're not loyal, you don't have no loyalty. In other words, you're a curvy ass bitch." And we start laughing. So the guy looks back and he see we laughing. So I guess his motherfucking instincts was right. He takes off running. We take off running behind him. So when all the homies see me running, everybody runs behind him, including Andre, including Snoop. Because everybody want to know what's up. So this dude runs up the stairs, first mistake. Because once he got up the stairs and got in that room, it was some type of guest house. There's no way out.
Do you know what a hostile
So y'all see a lot went down that we weren't privy to, right? That added to this whole West Coast, East Coast beef thing. And it went deep. It went deeper than just the award show, okay? The Source Awards. Y'all ain't got no love for Snoop Dogg and Drake. Y'all remember that? Then Suge Knight comes in. If y'all come on over to Death Row, if you don't want your producer skipping all through your video, dancing through your video, nothing's funny, y'all, but that was a pivotal moment. Like, shout out to Tanya Knight for bringing that up. But what I want to know is, was that Jimmy? Was his name Jimmy? And this will all make sense once we get to Kim Porter's chapter in the book where she breaks this down, okay? Y'all are crazy. Let me see what you guys are saying. Yep, Puff wanted Pac gone, no secret. Suge told Pac not to wear his vest in Vegas. Yes. Remember, security was told not to wear their bulletproof vest. We remember all that. Okay? We remember Greg Kading. We remember all of that. We remember that book by Kathy Scott, Kathy S. Scott. That was one of the first books that came out when Tupac was unalive. There are a lot of stepping stones that are not even here, you guys, that were around in 1996, which leads us to believe that these things that they are saying is true. Okay? There was definitely a rift in the relationship between Snoop Dogg and Tupac. There definitely was a connection with Diddy. There always has been a connection with Diddy. Diddy has always been Dirty Diddy. Ever since his days at the university. Okay? Ever since his days with Andre Harrell. Ever since his connection in days with Clive Davis, this man has been a demon. And all in the mix. And according to the Diddy parties, this man has always been on some type of addiction. Paranoid. Okay, he's always been dirty. He did his artists dirty. He did people dirty. He was dangling people over with their feet over balconies. I think he got about 3 bodies up under him. He got his kids involved with it too. Now we're just learning this stuff fast forward up until now, but we see the writing on the wall. Okay, Ray is the connect for the rugs. Y'all didn't know that? I knew that. Okay. I remember it like it was yesterday. Exactly. I remember it like it was an hour ago. And some of us in the chat can say, I remember it like it was an hour ago. This was one of the biggest things that happened to Generation X in our lives. Let's keep going, guys. The conflict was real in these streets. And did you guys know they had a bounty on the death row chains? Yes, Diddy put a bounty on the death row chains. That's why people were trying to snatch up death row chains, because you snatched a death row chain and you brought it to Diddy, he gave you 10K so he could use it in his videos. That's what the snatching of the chains was about. Let's keep going, y'all. Thank you guys for tapping in.
So when we all get up there, he getting his ass whooped. He getting the shit beat out of him. Every person who came up those stairs, except me, of course, beat the shit out of him. So as he getting beat, one of the homies, and I can say his name because Colton ain't here. That's one of my closest friends from the West Side. Non-type business type of dude. He grabbed him and thrown him out the window. Only thing was holding him up is shit, his belt and a leg or so. I'm like, nah, don't throw him out the window, shit. Everybody said that motherfucker gonna die. He pulled him back in. Every person in there got some licks in, even the bitches. So now everybody talking to him. You know, the dude begging for his, for his safety. As they talk to him, that stupid motherfucker was like, yeah, I do work for Puffy, I do work for Bad Boy, and Pac got to smacking him again, smack. They're against me, they're my enemies. Everybody started smacking them because they wanted to prove, their loyalty. So, a lot of us still got champagne glasses in our hand, champagne bottle in our hand. We having a great time. So I said, oh, man, let him go. That ain't his fault he worked for the motherfucker, right? They were like, man, what are you talking about? You being nice to him? You done had motherfuckers, even some of the people in this room, drink piss before. So they start pissing in the motherfucking champagne cups. This dude probably drunk maybe, I don't know, I wasn't counting, but it had to have been over 30. It was so bad, as he's talking, I had to back up because he smelled like piss. So Pac and them got mad at Snoop because Snoop the only one, besides myself, when I said everybody my bag, Snoop the only one didn't participate of beating the dude's ass. But Snoop was a good dude. He always had a good heart. He was like, nah, man, how he talked with that little Michael Jackson voice. He was like, nah, man, that because he worked for Bad Boy, we don't have to be doing all this. And this the West Coast, but we don't got nothing against it. That's the conversation, basically. So from there, I did something probably one of the smartest thing to do. I said, well, he probably ain't gonna tell the police if somebody have sex with him. As usually when something crazy happens, nobody don't want to give on the police report to them. Oh, they had sex with me. Oh, they did this with me. So I'm just thinking, no. So Andre, and it's real talk. I don't care who believe it, don't believe it. They have no reason to lie. Andre.
Just want to clarify. Andre is Dr. Dre, okay? Ever since he was in that group in the 80s where he had that shiny shirt on, they have been saying he's been wearing lip gloss and that he was G-A-Y. Just want to let y'all know that, okay? It's always been a thing that Dre was gay, okay? So when he says Andre, he talking about Andre Young, a.k.a. Dr. Dre.
It was like, shit, I fuck him. But believe me, it's not the first time that rodeo happened because we all seen certain things they did, if you know what I mean. So, believe it or not, Dr. Dre beat it up a little bit. To my surprising, he sued Pac, he sued Andre, he sued everybody. He didn't sue me because I didn't lay a hand on that dude, right? I paid everybody's fee. I told Andre, I'm gonna pay your part. I told Pac, I'm pay your. I told everybody who he sued, I'll pay it. I said, but that's y'all motherfucking shit. Y'all gotta run my money back. By the way, Pac, my little brother, he ain't here. Oh, Andre Young. Yeah. I want my bread when I'm home. Have it ready. But look, that's a true story, and you can put a lawsuit and it shows it for itself. So that's just that, you know. But you know, Jewel, I got all love in the world for her. But Jewel was a grimy gal. She was a cold bitch in a good way. But what I'm basically saying, and a lot of people talk about all this stuff, how everything gets miscrewed or confused. Nobody taught us the playbook. I came with the name Death Row. I started Death Row. Everything with legal money. And David Kenner was not my attorney. He was a criminal attorney. John Branca is the one that did the stuff for me on and Gary Stiffley.
Wow. Now y'all heard that, okay? They made that man from Diddy's camp drink piss. He said he had at least 30 stemwares to his lips. So much so that he started smelling like piss at the mouth. Okay? Snoop and Suge were the only two who did not participate in it. He said Snoop Dogg was always like kind of like the peacemaker, right? And he described Snoop as having that Michael Jackson voice, which he does, right? Yeah, y'all, you know, be cool. Like, I feel like that would have been me because that was me. I was always like the peacemaker. Always wanted to try to talk sense into people and try to quiet things down. That was me. Okay, so he said Snoop was more like the peacemaker. Now, what's interesting to me is that Dr. Dre, because they felt like, you know, and this is a lot of tactics that Diddy would use. He would put you in a compromising position and record it so that you wouldn't run tell that. So that you wouldn't run tell that. So, and this is been going on, y'all. This is like a thing, right? This is how part of the streets work. Okay, it wasn't always evident to us or visible to us, but if you knew, you knew. So Dre, Suge was like, hey, if one of y'all fuck him, then he won't tell because then he'll have to tell that part and he'll be so embarrassed that he won't tell. This is one of the tactics that they used to use. So Dre was like, I'll do it. Right? Ringing true to all the rumors, truth tier rumors around Dre ever since I forgot the group that he was in. I forgot what the group was. But they used to have them shiny ass shirts on, and he did have lip gloss on. Right? This rings true. So Dre was like, shit, I'll fuck him. So according to Suge Knight, and all of this is according to Suge Knight, okay? He said, hey, he kind of banged him a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He did what he had to do a little bit. But at the end, they all got sued. Everybody but Snoop and Suge Knight. They all got sued. Okay. And according to Suge Knight, he footed everybody's bill. He gave them the money and paid out that man. And everybody is gone that really owes him money, except for Dre. So you guys peep how he shouted out to Dre, I still want my money when I get out. Now, if you guys don't know, Suge Knight is doing it was sentenced to 28 years for taking a life. He ran over two men at a burger stand in Compton during the filming of NWA, okay? NWA, the movie, all right? I was not there, you guys, but I was at the time an extra on the NWA movie, okay? It's a while back, but it's probably still on my Instagram. I ain't got a lot to kick it, okay? But anyways, he still wants his name. I mean, he still wants his money from Dre because he's one of the only people that's allowed that owe that nigga. Now, according to Suge Knight, despite all of the rumors, he said he is the one who started Death Row. He is the one who made the name, and it all started with legal money. It was no dirty money involved. Okay. Now there's much more to this interview. Let me kind of skip through and see if there's anything else I want you guys to hear, but I'm pretty much done with this because I want to move on. But let's just see, you guys. I'm just going to skip through and see if we hear anything else. Okay. Hold on.
Cost me a lot of money by thinking that way. Which is not. But anyway, it was up to Jermaine Dupri. I didn't want my motherfucking money from Lil Bow Wow. Always. Well, Faith, we didn't have no puffy shit going on or no freak out parties. But you know, and I know, he was getting his dick sucked, and I was getting my dick sucked. And you was sucking his dick. It had nothing to do with no song. So all about you never messed with Tupac and you never had sex with Tupac. Allegedly you said that, or allegedly, if you want to call it, I'm telling the truth.
This call and your telephone number will be monitored and recorded.
But you know, see, Pac never had a problem getting bitches. Pac probably was one of the biggest artists I ever seen do it, because you have some people who's marketable that really couldn't rap, really didn't have no shit to really talk about. Then you have somebody like Tupac, both. Now, lyrically, Biggie is one of the best that ever did it, still today. And not too many people lyrics can fuck with Biggie lyrics. But Biggie would have to go on the stage and rap till he's sweating to get everybody's attention. Tupac come on the stage, before he opened his mouth and say one verse, that motherfucker come out of his shirt. All the hoes gonna lose their mind, rush the stage, and throw panties up there before he start rapping. Tupac is what you call a superstar. Death Row, the real Death Row, that is. Death Row, which is me, I just didn't have artists. I made stars, superstars. Everybody was a household name before they even put a record out.
And this is why I think that Suge Knight is telling the truth. I know the truth hurts. It's a hard pill to swallow, but I believe he gives Tupac his props. Why? Because he's not lying. Tupac was a superstar. Tupac was prolific. Tupac meant a lot culturally. He was the culture. Out of all of the rappers and entertainers, he could have led us all to the middle of a jungle somewhere like Jim Jones, because I would have been right there. I was young. If anybody could have started a cult and led us to the middle of the motherfucking jungle and made us drink the truth serum, he wouldn't have made us drink no Kool-Aid. That's the thing about Pac. He was a revolutionary. He would have changed the game, and that scares the powers that be. Just want to throw this plug in there. Tupac was a prophet. He would have led us into that jungle, into the middle of the motherfucking jungle, moved all of us, all 700 of us. And he wouldn't have fed us food poison. Nah, that's not what it would have been in the Kool-Aid. What would have been in that Kool-Aid would have been the truth serum. And we collectively would have changed the world. We would have changed the game, because that's what Tupac was about. He was heavily, heavily anointed. Heavily. And we all felt it. Now, I know he had a little gang, bang him up, hit him up, you know what I'm saying? I fuck your bitch. And if you guys didn't catch, he's talking about Faith Evans. Girl, we know, girl, who ain't gonna sleep with Tupac, girl? I feel like fighting you. I felt like fighting you then, and I feel like fighting you now. You didn't sleep with Tupac, and you had a chance? Girl, you know none of us believe that, right? You know we didn't believe that, right? Because it wasn't true. Tupac didn't have to lie on no coochie. And as we know now, fast forward, y'all be switching up and sleeping with each other and doing this and doing that. And remember, put a pin in that, because that is what's going to come full circle when we get into the Kim Porter part of this. And how it came to be that Diddy and Tupac bumped heads. Over pussy. Yeah. That's why I say this is it comes full circle, y'all. All right, so now let's move on, okay? If you guys want to watch this Art of Dialogue, this is about almost 2 hours long. It is a good read or a good listen to. I would encourage you guys to go and look and listen to this entire interview, okay? Now, I want to get into another character or a piece of this puzzle, which is Gene Deal, all right? And there are so many moving parts, y'all. I didn't know what to choose, but we're just going to kind of try to break it down. All right. Let me see what you guys are saying in the comments. But first, let me go ahead and pull this up. All right. Let me pull this up for you guys, because I feel it important that we talk about this. And again, we will check in to see if there's anything live going on. As a matter of fact, you guys, let me check in and see if there's anything live going on with USA Today. Hold on, I'm going to check on my phone, you guys. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for waiting. This is kind of impromptu. But I do want to check and see with USA Today if there's anything going on, because yesterday they had a live camera, okay? But like I said, it's jury selection. Like we're not going to get much. All right. No, nothing's going on in USA Today. And let me just check. What was the other one? AP, Associated Press. Okay. Let me see. Let me see if there's anything, because they had a live camera too. Okay. All right. We're not missing anything. I just wanted to make sure, guys. All right. So let's go ahead and get into the Gene Deal part of what I want you guys to listen to. Now, if you guys don't know who Gene Deal is, Gene Deal was security for Tupac. I mean, for Diddy, Sean Diddy Combs. I want to say early in his career, I think he stopped working for him, just from memory, you guys, because I didn't plan on giving you guys any backstory on Gene Deal, although we can. 2013, or it may have even been before. I don't want to guess, but he was security for Diddy early in his career, the Kim Porter days, okay, the Bad Boy days, okay. I want to say late 80s, early 90s, or maybe all through the 90s, or maybe he worked for him for 13 years. I know that number 13 is very important, but maybe he'll let us know, you guys. We can always go back and I'll fill you guys in. I don't feel like it's important right now. Just know he was security back in the day. In Diddy's early part of his career, he was his right-hand man, his security. He's seen everything, knew everything. And he's been speaking out ever since he left Diddy's camp, okay? When he was Puffy. He's been speaking out ever since. So this is no like shocker, no surprise. But I do want to get into that. Let me go ahead and look into this, you guys. Hold on. All right. Let me see, guys. Let me look. All right. Now, the video I'm about to bring up is going to shed some light on some things too as well. And let's go ahead and get into this as well too. Let me bring this up and make sure you guys can hear and see this. And thank you guys so much for tapping in. All right. Green hearts in the chat if you can hear this and see this. I think there's a little ad in the beginning, so let's get past.
What if you could make a song using only your voice?
Let me know if you guys can hear this video. Green hearts in the chat. Thank you so much, you guys. Let's go. Girl, we gotta get past that music, y'all. But let's get into this, okay? Hold on. Yeah, we're gonna skip past this music. Now, if you guys want to watch this video in its entirety, make your way on over to the Gene Deal Show YouTube channel, okay? And watch this in its entirety after this live stream, okay?
On the Gene Deal Show.
Girl, I don't know how long this is gonna last, but let's get into it.
My boy Gene Deal, man.
Bring a lot of those underground rappers out there to it. I'm about to start this podcast show out here with my man DJ Muda, and we're going to do the damn thing. We're going to bring a lot of attention to y'all. We're going to talk about everything we need to talk about, and we're going to have all the things that y'all like, quote unquote, because it's enough time that I've done this whole underground shit, but a lot of things that y'all don't know that has been physically and mentally and emotionally hitting me in my life that I've been going through, that I have not been able to do what I need to do to bring this show up to par where it's been grassrooted and you get the information that you need, you get the information that you could take and run and do another show with for some of these content creators that's always in my chat under false names and shit like that. But you'll be able to get some information and everything, you know, straight from the sources. And, you know, like I always say, it's from my mouth to God's ear. Another thing I want to give a shout out to, I want to give a shout out for all the Trojans. It is what it is. So shout out to CNN for asking me to come on their program this week, and I will be there. You know, it may be some other people that you might see on there also, but I'm going to play my part and do what I got to do. I'm looking at some of these. Yeah, shout out to some of the people in here. Laurie Williams, Miss J. What up, you? J. King. And what true facts and stories are. Hold on. The burden of proof, substantial evidence. They don't have any substantial evidence that puts him there at that murder scene, at that crime scene. They don't. Unless Suge Knight say, I saw him, he saw me, he was in that car, and I know the shots came from that car. That's a whole different story. Now, everybody is going on this tell-all book that was ghostwritten by somebody else. We're going to get down into some shit today, y'all. Everybody's going by this tell-all book that Keefe D, quote unquote, said that somebody else wrote it. He took the money and he ran with it. I can understand what Keefe D is saying because I have a manuscript where Karen Hunter was writing some stuff, writing a book on me and my life and stuff like that. And I was reading through this thing and I still got the stuff that she wrote. I was like, I never said this. Where'd she get this shit from? And that book never came out. And that book was paid through by her publishing company that she had through Simon & Schuster, one of the top publishers in the country. I'm glad it never came out, and I wrote my own book from scratch. Didn't take any of the information she had and used or nothing like that. You know, did it my own.
So I just joined Solace.
Own way. But I can understand what Keefe D is saying, that he was offered money. He had a ghostwriter. They wrote whatever they want to, and he agreed to it. After he thought he had some kind of proffer agreement from lying ass Greg Kading. This about to get real nasty right here. And I hope Keefe D and them lawyers them take it that way. I hope Keefe D lawyers them take it where it's supposed to go. I hope they show where Greg Kading and that murder rap shit was a bunch of bullshit. That they lied. Like he said, they wanted to put Puff in jail. They wanted Puff the whole 9 yards, which some of it I heard people around Puff talk shit about Pac and Suge. You don't even know what kind of officer I was. Jake, the fucking fake ass Great. Get the fuck out of my channel with this bullshit, Chad. Get your bitch ass out of here. Yo, niggas just hate. They gonna come in my channel. I see what my man Ticket be talking about. Niggas come into your channel, you don't want to suck you off and everything. Nah, bro. I'm loving on women. I don't love on lady boys. Go over there to your man shit.
Now, just to jump in right quick, I'm looking at the chat and you guys are bringing a lot to the table. I appreciate you. Keisha says, yeah, at the university, he got all those people trapped and some unalived. And yet he received accolades from the city, keys to the city. He received a doctorate, a degree, which were eventually snatched back. Okay. I don't know if they took that key, but they damn sure took that honorary degree that they gave him. Okay. And all while he was being nothing but a menace to society. Do y'all know that 9 people were unalived at that event? The same one that Keisha's talking about. 9 people. Lives were taken. And if I'm not mistaken, he had a bunch of lawsuits coming from out of there. Everything was swept up under the rug. All right. Now, what we've heard so far from Gene Deal is he's speaking on the proffer that was given and offered to Dwayne Keefe D. I'm just going to say Keefe D. From Greg Cady, who is now a retired officer, the one who got the confession out of Keefe D. Okay? He was the one. Now, Gene Deal has said, and this is just from me just hearing out in the streets, I haven't read it, I have not vetted this, but he said that he will not testify if summoned. Okay. If he is called to testify, he will not testify. All right. Now, he is also saying that they lied, meaning that he's saying that he dealt with the same person who helped co-write or write or ghostwrite or whatever the book, The Compton Legends, along with Keefe D. This is what leads him to believe that Keefe D is telling the truth, because this is his perspective. And in his perspective, he's basically saying he believes Keefe D. And that he hopes that Keefe D's team will take the same approach and look at this, the viewpoint, the same as him. So in court, during their arguments, when they go into court and in their arguments, right? And what they present, the case that they present to the jury. Now, I've heard this over and over again, is that the police really wanted Puffy. They really wanted Diddy. I mean, if the case got solved and they found out what happened to Tupac, fine. But they really wanted Diddy. Diddy, again, is being tied into this. We cannot let him out of this. He's not getting out of this. He is connected in every way. Everyone that I've let you hear has mentioned Diddy. He is really the connection in all this. And Diddy really wanted Suge. Okay? Now, Tupac, he has something personal going on with Tupac, and we'll get into that, okay? He did have something. He did bump heads with Tupac. It was personal, all right. And then, of course, Tupac came out with "Hit 'Em Up," all right. My fofo make sure all y'all kids don't grow. You motherfuckers can't be us to see us. Remember, Thug Life, West Side till we die. We warn you, we'll bomb on you. No, I'm just playing. Let me stop. Okay, but yeah. All those threats, and I fucked your bitch, and fuck Bad Boy as a staff record label and as a group. And if you down with Bad Boy, then fuck you too. Chino XL, fuck you too. You motherfuckers die slow. My fofo make sure all y'all kids don't grow. Right? How you gonna be the mob when we always on our job? When that "Hit 'Em Up" came out, they took that as a direct threat. And if you look at the subliminals and know what happened between Tupac and Diddy behind the scenes, then you'll know. And it'll make more sense. And it's going to make more sense because I'm going to bring that up. But for now, we're dealing with the Gene deal. Now, like I said, Diddy really wanted Suge Knight because Suge Knight was the name behind the empire. Death Row was Suge Knight. The muscle, the power, the money was Suge Knight, and Suge Knight was the threat against Diddy. It was Bad Boy Records and Death Row Records. Okay? And then it was Diddy and Pac, Diddy and Suge. But it was that powerhouse that was bumping heads, East Coast, West Coast, beef. But it really was about Puffy and Suge, Death Row and Bad Boys, those powerhouses, and Diddy and Pac over the bitches and the hoes. Okay, let's get into this. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat. What's up, Tanya Knight? Yeah, clack it. Yes, Pac made "Hit 'Em Up," but Puffy and put Puffy in a frenzy. Yeah, Puffy was and Puffy was on that shit. Okay, he was on that pink stuff and a lot more shit. Okay, he stayed paranoid. He stayed high. He stayed paranoid, and he stayed jealous. Okay. Because all the ladies love Tupac and all of the niggas did too. We all love Tupac. It was a battle between the men and the women. The men loved Tupac just and respected him. And I don't mean in the same way. I'm just saying the love for Tupac came from the men and women equally. We all love Tupac. The fuck? And if you believe the rumors that are going around that Diddy wasn't that well endowed, his private parts have been compared to a Tootsie Roll. And this is why he always wanted a big dick nigga to F Kathy. And he wanted to watch, and he got off on that. Why? Because he couldn't deliver. He had an itty bitty, witty. And with all of the pills and potions that allegedly he was on, which we learned later, I don't know, I just saw a video where it said that that was kind of the way that they would do it back in the days. When you went to GAY clubs, they would hand out this type of D-rugs, and then it would be like ketamine or something like that. But the thing about it is, one would make you impotent, one would make you soft, but it would keep you high and going all night. And then you would have to counteract that with another D-rug that would make you get you hard. That's the reason why there was Viagra. Okay, that's the reason why there were other Ugdrays to counteract what would make you impotent or make you soft, but it would keep you up all night. It would keep you going. It would keep you horny. It would keep the party going. So it was bumping heads. And this is how the pink Tucci came along. And this is just what I saw. I saw a video. I don't know where it is. I may be able to pull it up. But this is what brought along the pink Tucci. Now, it's pink just because of food coloring. And I think this was Jaguar Wright that broke this down, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was. It was Jaguar Wright. I think. Don't quote me on that. But I did see a video. I don't know this just off the top of my head. Okay? I just recently saw a video that explained it this way. Now, is this true? I don't know. It's all allegedly. Sounds like it makes sense to me. But what happened was with the Tucci or the pink cocaine, it mixed both of those concoctions together. Okay? And this is what Diddy was, Diddy was addicted and went through withdrawals when he was sentenced and went to prison. He went through withdrawals because up until the very moment that he was arrested and they went to his hotel room, he still had the baby oil sitting in the bathtub. He still had the little bag that he would carry around. What did they call the bag? They called the bag I forgot what they called the bag that all the security and staff would carry around on their hip. Okay? To make sure that these Ugg-Drays were available. And then Diddy had his own little bag that he would carry around with his own personal stash of these Ugg-Drays that he would take every day, allegedly, because he was addicted for decades. All right? So I just wanted to drop those little jewels on y'all. Let's get back to Gene Deal. What is up, Joy 3000? Hello, ladies. What is up? Yeah. You guys, this goes deep. This really goes deep. And Dre did the backdoor SMH. Yeah. And how he wouldn't pay his artists. This has been going on, y'all. We're just becoming privy to it because of the times, right? And the advancement and how much time has passed, because truth is going to come to light. It may take 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 years, but it's going to always bubble to the surface, y'all. And thank God that's what it was. World-class wrecking crew. Woo, Allie, thank you. That is the group that Dre was a part of when they used to have them shiny, shimmery ass shirts. The world-class wrecking crew. Y'all be coming through. That's why I love y'all. Y'all be coming through. Y'all be coming through. You said, no wonder Cube made no Vaseline and separated himself. Yeah, you can tell the real from the fake. Okay? Motherfucking Ice Cube is still relevant today. It shows you who's the real from the fake, because Ice Cube is still relevant today. Still making money. Still ain't no smut on that arrest. And Tupac would have been the same way. Now, I'm not saying they didn't do wrong or been wrong. Come on now, y'all. Nobody's perfect. I'm talking about smut. Ain't no smut on Ice Cube's rep. He got out of that motherfucker real quick. And you know that Eazy-E passed away of AIDS. Right? Yep, so he wouldn't pay. Dre, Day Day. You said this time's prison is like a big party room, but on time. Yeah. Harry O invested in Death Row with Dre money. Oh, really? Or was it the group before the Dub C? Oh yeah, there was Dub C in the Mad Circle or something. And remember, it was Dub C, Mac 10, and Ice Cube. Remember, they were the lynch mob. Remember that? The lynch mob. Yeah. Y'all bringing it back. Glory holes all over. It's called Pulled Like This. Yeah. Yes, y'all. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back into this. Thank you guys for tapping in.
So now, Keefe D is going to, and his lawyers is going to expose the whole California Police Department in Vegas. They're going to get exposed. how they wrote him a script. They told him he had to agree to all the shit. And he took it. And like he said, we knew this way back. He stopped about 45 people from going to jail because they had Keefe D on a drug case that they actually set up.
Eve on.
Who was this right here? Time to change your fire alarm batteries. I'm at my brother's house. No, that's the water cooler you hear. And you might hear some of those things like that. I'm at my brother's house right now, so you know what I'm saying? He out of town and I'm house sitting. I don't think Suge gonna take the stand. Suge is the only living witness. That's probably a possibility. Whether he take the stand or not, I don't know, and I really don't even care. But if Keefe D was there, Suge would know. Let me get back to this. Keefe D did an interview, and in that interview, it just hit the internet. He was talking about how they wanted Puff, how they tried to line up all this shit like this. They did not want Puff in that way, y'all. They wanted to save California for that $450-something million lawsuit that Miss Wallace would have had on the California Police Department for being involved, allegedly, in Big's killing. That's what Greg Kading was doing at the time. That's why they didn't allow the FBI agent to testify at that hearing that they had on that lawsuit that Big and the mother had against California. Let me see. I'm trying to put this on stage. If Suge Knight get on stage, he get on that stand, and he said it wasn't Keefe D. It was the dude who walked up to the car, or it was this, that, and the third, the whole 9 yards. Somebody did a drive-by, or they like, if you look at how Pac was shot and the bullet wounds from where they say Pac was hit at, there's no possible way a motherfucker, somebody shooting on the side of your car, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna do two things. You're gonna turn away, you're gonna go to the back, you're not gonna get hit up, dead up in the chest area from your side unless you turn around looking like this. And you're not gonna do that if somebody firing on that side of the car. And I said that shit a long time ago. I told everybody what I heard, what somebody told me, and I let them know that. Now, God has taken his time. Yeah, it's been 30 years. It's been 30 years. And the chicken has came home to roost. Them motherfuckers who was out there pushing this whole shit, the Vlad TV, the AG TV nuts in his mouth, the All these people who were saying all this bullshit, it's about to come out. It's about to come out. And it's going to show probably that Orlando wasn't the shooter. And if any shots did come from that car, it probably was from Big Dre. Because if it shows Orlando in the hospital getting or slinging his arm in a sling or something like that, shit is going to look real ugly. And I think Murder Rap might have to get that money back. The people and the producers of Murder Rap might have to get that money back. And put more emphasis on what they say, yo, it was no hill, Gene. It was no hill. Yeah, motherfucker, it was a hill. Hey, Diva Laney. You here to get the truth, huh? Now, a lot of shit is going to be going on. And when CNN bring me in, I hope they ask about the check I seen. Because evidently all these motherfuckers got it fucked up and running with some old half a homo ass nigga who want to sit up there and said I saw the check for Pac's death. I didn't say I seen the check for Pac's death. And if when I did slip and said something to that nature, and listen to what I'm saying, I said, yo, I seen the Pac, I said, no. And I tried to, I changed it because I know what I was told what the check was for. Now, if they did that investigation on that check, they know what the check was for too, or who it came from too. And talk to the people on why they gave that individual that check. But I'm getting a little further. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Let's get back to these Murder Rap motherfuckers who Keefe D said gave him a script, where the LAPD said that they don't have none of the files anymore. The files that came up missing along with the information that they had from witnesses on the Tupac case.
I'm going to tell you a story.
That's what people don't understand. This dude. Somebody just said this whole trial was a cover-up. The whole thing was a cover-up. Now, it's just so happened during that time that Tupac, before he was murdered, and people that came out and said this, not Gene Deal, people that came out and said this, that Tupac was trying to do an audit. Tupac was doing an audit on his funds and his money there at death row. He was wondering why he was paying people child support. He was wondering why he was paying people rent, and they was coming out of his budget and the whole 9 yards, allegedly. Lauren Williams, thank you for being gifted to the Gene Deal Show. Yeah, let me get on y'all too, man. Yo, I go to people's channels and People are giving, doing, gifting, what you call gifting memberships, doing Cash App gifts, and forces against me crazy. But I ain't gonna fall for none of this shit.
I'm sorry. The video is buffering, you guys. I apologize for that because it's just playing straight through for me. So thank you for letting me know, because a lot of times us as content creators don't know, because what we're watching, which is the source, is not buffering. I do apologize for that, you guys. Thank you so much, Joy, for letting me know. Okay. Yusef Jah was the author. Yeah. Yusef Jah was the author. Let me see what you guys are saying. I noticed a lot that happens even with the alleged Kim Porter book. The D in Keefy D stands for dumb or damn. LOL. Dumb is the word, girl. You got it right the first time. You got it right the first time. Now he's in Fort Dix, LOL. How about Puff always been dirty? Yeah. Yeah. And the fact is that, and what Gene Deal is saying, you know, has some validity to it, because there is no substantial evidence that we know of. Okay, we don't know what the prosecution is going to present, but you know, the twistiness, the funny thing about, well, not really even funny, but the twist in all of this is that in the Tupac murder trial, the defendant is also the prosecution's star witness, y'all. Yes, Keefy D. Davis is not only the defendant, but he is the prosecution's star witness. And I think it's going to be his words and all of the things that he said on the internet. Okay, because I don't believe that he's going to actually take the stand. I don't know how that works. If he has to, if he can plead the fifth, if he can refuse, I don't know how that works. But if he can, I do not believe that he will take the stand, and they will simply have to go on what they have, which we see nothing tangible, right? No physical evidence as far as we know. Now, I think that the LAPD has a trick up their sleeves, but you know that they have to present all the evidence, everything that they're going to present in court. They have to let the defense know, you know, so that they can prepare their case with the evidence that the prosecution is going to present, and vice versa. Anything that the defense is going to bring into this trial as evidence or whatever, they have to run it by and hand it over to the prosecution. So they both have to do that. It can't be surprise, we have DNA, or surprise, we have. Now, they may not physically, they may not know what the witnesses are going to say, but they do have to give a list of the witnesses they're going to call. Any of the what is it called, professional, what is it called, professional, professional people that they bring. I forgot what that's called when you bring somebody who is expert witnesses. All that has to be interexchanged. Nothing can be a surprise, y'all. It's going to be a surprise to us, but not to the two parties, prosecution and defense, okay, or the judge. You know, the judge is there for everything. But like Gene Deal said, 30 years later, the chicken have come to roost. Now, he also clarifies that he did not see the check, because he said that he saw the check, but then he quickly corrected himself. And you know how content creators are, like I'm a content creator. Sometimes we take things and run with it. And the editors of this world, they edit things and twist it and make a story of their own. So that could very well be true. Okay, but he said he didn't see the check for Pac's death. Now, allegedly, there was $1 million price put on Tupac's life by Diddy. This is what PPD said out his own damn mouth. I didn't heard him say it 20 times. All right. $1 million to unalive Tupac. So we don't know. Let's listen. Thank you guys for tapping in. Like, comment, subscribe, and let's go.
I'm not gonna fall for none of this shit. I got motherfuckers that sit up there, they waiting for me to crash the fuck out. Nigga, listen to me. I'm 10 times the normal motherfucking man. I might slip up here and there. I might go in the wrong direction one time or another. But I'm gonna get on the motherfucking right track. Trust and believe. You're right. This is Corel. The devil is a liar. Crack, black, fat, crack dealing, drug dealing rapper. All that shit mixed up, but it was the same shit. Phil Carson came out and said that they wasn't going to let LAPD ruin their relationship with the FBI if he testified on behalf of Big and what he had learned through his investigation. I don't know if Phil Carson is a witness, but I hope he is. But see, y'all gotta, this is the Tupac murder trial. And what we're gonna find out is this, that the LAPD, Greg Kading, and others put off false propaganda information, put off false statements, made up lies to cover up some of LAPD officers who may have been involved in the Tupac murder.
All right, you guys, I just want to give you a little bit of each one of these that's going to add to this conversation. Some of these videos I'm showing you are over an hour long, almost 2 hours long. So I just feel it important just to take little snippets and little things. Well, I give you the full context. It's not like I'm making my own narrative up. I let you hear the full and complete thoughts, and you guys can bring your own perspective. Okay, I encourage everyone. Because everyone, is entitled to hold their reservations, but I encourage everyone to do your own research. Okay, if mine is not good enough, do your own research and base your opinion, your perspective on that. I mean, you have that right. Okay. Now, PPD was caught with something. I don't know what type of substance he was caught with, and this is what Gene Deal's referring to, like he was set up by the LAPD and all that. But he was caught with some substance, which kind of led them into being able to take this where it is now. Okay. I don't know if he necessarily was caught up because this was his life. Okay. But that's neither here nor there. And it is true that Suge is the only living witness. Now, will he take the stand? We don't know. Will he pull a Woody and be talking about, I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't remember. That man was getting on my nerves, girl. Woo! I couldn't wait for that trial to be over for him to get the off the stand, because that was irritating the out of me. We don't know, you guys. We'll have to wait and see. Now, the $450 lawsuit that he said that Biggie's mom was going to bring against California for the unaliving of her son, Christopher Wallace, aka Notorious B.I.G. This is my first time hearing about that. I didn't know about that. Okay. And he's saying that it was a cover up for the LAPD, and he really speaks lowly and down on Greg Kading, the one who is responsible for GPD's confession in the first damn place. Now, I wanted to get a little bit into the proffer and give you guys a little bit information on that, and then we're going to get into Greg Kading, okay? And we're going to get into the Kim Porter, what happened with Kim Porter first, and then we're going to get into Greg Kading, okay? Because I have some things that I want to show you guys, all right? So let me go ahead and pull that up. I'm also going to be in the comments too as well. Thank you guys for tapping in to Blown A Media. I really appreciate you guys. Hold on, let me go ahead and get up out of this video. If you guys want to watch this in its entirety, it's almost an hour long, a little over an hour. Going over to the Gene Deal Show right here on YouTube and watch it without interruptions and the entire and it in its entirety. Okay, you guys always have that right after this stream. Don't you go nowhere. Okay, stay with Blown A Media. Now, I appreciate y'all. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this, you guys. And this trial, like somebody in the comments said, you know, it's probably going to start either Thursday or Friday or maybe even Monday. Okay, it's expected to last 4 weeks. This is expected to last 4 weeks. Okay, that is a whole entire month. I mean, it's not beating the record that we have on the Young Thug trial, which was going to last freaking 4, 5, 6 years. They were saying, you guys remember at one point they were saying that damn trial was going to last years. I'm like, we gonna be here every day for a year? What? Anyways, guys, let's go ahead. I want to get into the comments, but I also want to kind of shed light on the proffer, which is the deal that was given to Keefe.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari.
In his exchange for his kind of off the record interview. So it's kind of like an off the record thing, but it'll be more explained. I explained it yesterday, but I only looked at the definition. Okay, I really didn't explain anything. I just read y'all the damn definition. But we'll get into that too as well. And this is the reason why I wanted to show this clip of this interview with Big U, who is now serving time. Okay, and he is a powerful figure when it comes to the gang life out here in Los Angeles, okay? But he speaks on Keefe D's confession about the Tupac murder, okay? And I wanted to go ahead and give that flashback because in this conversation that he's having with Vlad, they kind of cover the proffer and give it a little more insight, and I think that's important. But we're going to go ahead and get into that too as well. Let me look at the comments and see what you guys are saying. Now, I did want to go ahead and add on to the fact because we were trying to figure out exactly how long Gene Deal worked for Diddy, okay? Now, Gene Deal worked as a personal security and personal bodyguard for Sean Diddy Combs for 14 years. Okay, so that's where I got that 13 from, 14 years, which spanned from 1991, the early, okay, beginnings of Diddy's rise to fame, okay? Almost the beginning. And until 2005. So after 2005, he was not privy to anything that we're talking about, all right? So I just wanted to go ahead and clarify that. Gene Deal as Diddy's ex-bodyguard. And he's been speaking out ever since, okay? He has a plethora of videos that y'all throw Diddy under the bus. Now, he is not for Diddy. I can tell you that right now. He seems to be for Keefe D, but this man is far from Diddy's homie, okay? Far from Diddy's homie. But I just wanted to clarify that he worked from 91, according to Google, y'all. Do your own research. 14 years from 1991 until 2005, okay? Now, like I said, the 1991 was the early days of Diddy's rise, and he founded Bad Boy Records. Okay, now this was a historical moment in time where he worked for Diddy. This was during the East Coast West Coast rivalry and the 1997 unaliving of Notorious B.I.G. in Los Angeles, and of course the 1996 unaliving of Tupac Shakur in Vegas. All right. Now in 2005, his employment came to a close, and his relationship with the mogul, who is Diddy, officially concluded. So I think maybe they fell out. I don't know. But G Deal was never with the shits. Okay, he was never with the shits. It's not like he switched up. Now he saw a lot and didn't say a lot, which I mean, some people would call that complicity and would call it the same thing, right? When you compromise yourself, your morals, your integrity, and you look the other way, but you see all this, he was around for a lot of the dirt, okay? But he would speak out a lot. He would speak against Diddy a lot. He would say, don't do this a lot. And eventually, he also would step in, like when Diddy, an incident that I recall him talking about was when Diddy was with his first baby mama, which would be Justin Combs' mom, who was in a lot of Biggie's videos. She was the one that was in the blonde hair. You guys remember Biggie's videos when he used to always have that girl in his videos with the short haircut, and she always had that blonde hair. I forgot her name, but Diddy always and was prone to, this was his MO, that he would sleep with the other people that other people slept with. Like if that was your baby mama, he would try to sleep with her. Okay. If you guys don't know, he has a child right now. He has a child. I think her name is Chance, right? Because he has Love, which is his youngest child. He has the two twins, which is Jesse and I think Jesse James and Delilah Combs. But he also has another daughter that is not with Kim Porter. And her mother was Tupac's ex. And we'll get into that, okay? He liked to sleep with people's baby mamas and people's exes, okay? I'm just letting y'all know, all right? Kind of like what Suge Knight explained when he said, when the interviewer asked him, well, why was you with Michelle A? And you knew that was Dr. Dre's baby mama, because that's what they do. They used to sleep with each other's baby mamas and bitches, and it was just a thing. Okay. So now let's go ahead and get into this. Somebody said my personal jam. I love Tupac since Digital Underground. Yep, I've loved Tupac since Digital Underground, but I really fell in love with Tupac with the video Brenda's Got a Baby. Okay. That is the reason why my nose is pierced to this day. He had a weed leaf in his nose. I tried to get the weed leaf in my nose. The thing about it is the nose ring was fake. So my nose got infected. I had to let it close and then re-pierce it. But just FYI, that's just a personal throw in. That's the reason why my nose is pierced today, because of Tupac in that damn video. Okay. We all were influenced at one time. Okay. We wanted to be that person. We wanted to live the lyrics. Okay. That's the reason why I don't really crucify anybody for it. I point it out, but I'm in a different space now, and I have to do that. Okay. You said Russell said it. Yep. Shit, I even had the Above the Rim soundtrack. Puff was very jealous of Tupac. Very, very jealous of Tupac. And the way that Suge Knight described Biggie would have to get up there and damn near sweat his ass off, right? To even get the crowd started, to get the girls, to get anything started. All Tupac had to do was walk on damn stage. Take off his shirt, and that was the end. Everybody went crazy. Okay. The women were, before he even picked up a mic, before he even opened his mouth, the women were throwing panties on the stage. That's just how enigmatic, that's just how polarizing and the magnetism and the presence of Tupac, which still exists today through his spirit. Okay. It's undeniable. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this, and I'm going to show you guys this Big U. It's just a short clip, but it goes into the proper and some other information, okay? Mind you, Big U don't know a damn thing. He like, I don't know. And I believe him. He wasn't privy to any of this, okay? Now, he was privy to something because, nigga, you in prison right now, okay? But he was really a name on these LA streets, y'all, when it comes to the Crips, when it comes to the Bloods, okay? Along with Whack 100, okay? Along with Whack 100, Bloods, Big U, Crips, 60s. I ain't saying nothing else. Okay, let's go.
So you get out what year?
2004.
By that time, death row was already
On its way down.
on its way out.
It was on its way
essentially.
down.
Yeah.
I remember where I was when Tupac got killed. I was in Salinas Valley, 180 level 4. And I remember when the officer came and told me, he said, your homeboys killed Tupac. I'm like, my homeboys killed Tupac. And what you mean? But the only thing he could correlate is said whoever killed Tupac had S hats on. And they got into with these dudes, and they saw it automatically in LA, that gold S hat, the Seattle Mariner hat, meant the homies. And I called the homies, I mean, and I had a cell phone at the time. Like, man, we had nothing to do with that. That was woo, you know what I mean? Whatever happened.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, all right. And but that was the first time I heard when Tupac had got killed.
Did you know Tupac at all?
No, I never met him.
No relationship.
I know his music though.
Yeah.
I know his sound.
Yeah.
I love Tupac though.
Yeah, we all did.
Yeah.
Did you hear the Keefe D confession?
Mm-mm.
You didn't hear Keefe D?
Is that the bodyguard?
No, Keefe D was Orlando Anderson's uncle.
Would he confess to killing Tupac?
Well, he confessed that Orlando killed Tupac.
Oh.
You want to hear it?
No.
Okay.
No, I want to hear no confession.
He was given a deal, and this was...
Keefe D was?
Yeah, Keefe D.
Oh, so he snitched. No, I don't want to hear shit.
Yeah. So the deal essentially was they had caught him with a bunch of PCP, and they allowed him to say what he knew about Tupac's murder in exchange for them dropping all those charges. And the way the deal was set up, whatever he said, as long as it wasn't proven to be false, it couldn't be used against him directly to indict him. And at the time, essentially everyone outside of him was dead. That was in that car.
Oh.
Orlando was already dead at the time.
Oh.
Everyone else in the
so
car.
he told him a dead man.
Essentially.
Oh, different. All right.
Yeah, Orlando had
Yeah,
already
you can
been.
let me hear it then.
Okay.
Yeah, he told him a dead man. King, what you gonna go dig him up and put him on trial? Did they go to Vegas and put it down, or did it just happen like they said it happened?
Well, the way he described it was, Baby Lane, Orlando got jumped.
Mm-hmm.
They regrouped with the rest of the
squad,
the South Side guys, and one of the guys had a gun, and they went looking for him. They went to Club 662 originally, but they weren't there yet. And then they were driving around, and then some girls were like, Tupac, and they saw Suge's car with Tupac in it, and Orlando took the gun and opened fire.
Yeah, that cracking. Wow.
And yeah,
that's how it happened.
Well, that's the way he described it.
Well, it kind of sounds like how it happened.
Yeah. Everyone I've talked to has pretty much
said that's not how it happened.
No, they all told me the same story, even before I heard the key.
That's how it happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of how I heard them too.
Yeah.
But when did he get that?
I mean, this happened a few years ago, but the tapes recently got published. I actually interviewed Greg Kading, who was the head.
That's the cop?
That's the cop that got him to confess. And yeah, I mean, I've interviewed everybody around. I interviewed.
How you do a deal? How did they even come up with that? We're going to give you immunity if you tell us.
Well, they were trying to solve the Tupac murder. It had been a cold case now for, it was like 10 years or, 15 years by that point.
Interesting.
Okay, you guys, that was the full clip. If you guys want to watch that without interruption, you guys can make your way on over to Vlad TV. And I think that shined a lot of light on what we are talking about. Hold on, you guys. Now, I do want to let you guys know that in some of the things that he talked about, and that was it. Remember when I said that, wait a minute, y'all. Hold on, you guys. Now, remember when I spoke on him being caught with some type of illegal substance? It was PCP. Okay. And if I'm not mistaken, that's another word for sure. Told y'all about that. Sure. Now, if I'm not mistaken, that is another word for that. I don't know. But he was caught with PCP. So in exchange for that, for the info, they were going to go ahead and, kind of like get rid of that, right? That was in exchange. Him being caught with all those drugs. In exchange, this is how they got him to even agree to come and speak. Not like they really had to. He was speaking freaking all over the internet, right? But this is how it goes, y'all. And if what he said was the truth, it could not be used against him in a court of law, which we know now. And the judge has recently ruled that some of what he said, including the proffer, can and will be used against you in this case. Okay? Now, he goes into Orlando, getting jumped. And then he goes back to the Southside Crips. Now, they went to the 662, which was a club that was owned, I think, by Suge Knight, because that is where, remember, Tupac went to change at the hotel. He went to go change his clothes so that they could, and they were all going to head over to the 662. Evidently, when they got to the 662, they had either changed plans or had not arrived yet. So they were roaming around the streets looking for Tupac. Now, word is that there were some females in another car, and they spotted Tupac in the BMW with Suge Knight and started screaming, Tupac, Tupac. And I don't know if Tupac, hung out the window like they said, or, hopped out the window. That was his character. I could easily see him like, hey, what I'm saying, whatever. Anyway, the attention was drawn. They saw Tupac, and the rest is history. All right. Now, he also brings up Greg Kading and labels Greg Kading, who was the LAPD officer, now retired, that got him to confess, who, PPD. And he also mentions that. Okay. And the reason being is this had been not even a decade after Tupac was unalived, maybe a little bit more, a little bit less. Okay. We're 30 years in, but this was way before now. They were essentially trying to solve this is what Greg Kading was trying to do. He was trying to solve the Tupac murder. Okay. And this is where we are, you guys. Let me make sure you guys can hear me too. All right. So now let's go ahead and get into Greg Kading, okay? The cop who got him to confess. Now, let's go ahead and Let me see. I have a video I'm going to show you guys, and we're going to get into some of the excerpts of that video just to give you an idea and to bring you guys into the space of where I'm thinking, and for us to be prepared and have some information and have something to go on when we step into the actual trial, which started August 10th, which was yesterday. But right now, you guys, the reason why we're not live streaming it, reason why we're not in the courtroom is because it hasn't started yet. All right. Word is that there are cameras allowed in the courtroom, and it is going to be live streamed. All right. And we are going to be able to follow this trial. All right. So let me go ahead and pull up this video for you guys as well. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody that is watching. I really appreciate you guys. I know my channel is pivoting away from the messy, the TT, the Krishan Rock, the circus, but we have to expand our horizons, you guys. And I talk about what's on my heart. I talk about a lot of times what's on my heart, not just what's trending, not just what's in the algorithm, but sometimes I interrupt that flow to talk about real things, real issues other than the circus and things that are on my heart. Okay. So I hope you guys understand, and thank you guys. Thank you for tapping in, because the algorithm on YouTube is not so nice. Okay. If you don't stay in your lane on YouTube, this is what happens. Okay. But don't worry, you guys. We got to stick to our guns. All right. We can't look at numbers right now. We don't want to be, we can't look at popularity. We can't look at that, because I feel like this is important. This is one of the biggest cases and trials of our lifetime, I say. But, of the decade of this lifetime, of Vegas, definitely. And I feel like I have something to say, and I'm going to fucking say it. All right. That's why Tupac reminds me so much of myself. He didn't give a damn. He was going to talk and say what's on his mind, and I is too. So let's go ahead and get into this, you guys. Hold on. Let me go ahead and bring this up for you guys, and let's go ahead and get into a Greg Kading interview. Let me see. And this is just an excerpt, you guys. We're going to go to DJ Vlad, all right? And Greg Kading on the KPD claiming Diddy offered him $1 million to unalive Suge and Pop, okay? Now, there's part 1 and 2 to this. There's actually a whole interview. But like I said, we're taking bites out of each apple, and we're putting it together, okay? Because we'd be here forever. If I showed you everything, we would definitely be here forever, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and get into this, you guys. Let me set this up for you guys, and let's get into him speaking on this specific part of this, because he talks a lot, okay? There's a lot to be said. There's a whole interview out there, almost an hour or two long now. I cannot find the original video, the original interview that he did, and understandably so. They probably either I don't know where it's at, and I don't know how to find it, or they have removed it so that we're not privy to.
Why are women everywhere?
This is going to be at the trial, y'all. So it's understandable, right, that they would remove a cop's interview from so long ago. But I feel like I've taken you guys back far enough with this clip, because most of the clips I show you are 1-2 years ago, if at that, right? But this video specifically is DJ Vlad. And this was 7 years ago, okay? This was February 18th of 2019, even before the C-19, okay? Before the pandemic. So I'm taking y'all back. Let's go ahead and get into this. Green hearts in the chat when you can hear this interview, because I don't want to keep playing it and y'all can't hear. Green hearts in the chat. Let's go.
Well, you've actually said there was a story about a hit.
Right.
Okay. Can you talk about that?
Yeah. So there's Kifidi claims that there is this ongoing conversation. It happens on 3 different occasions. But most specifically when he and Puffy are at this place called Greenblatt's Deli on Sunset. And they're there. Things have spiraled out of control. Puffy's really concerned about, the welfare of his safety. And he tells Keefe D, man, I just need you to take care of this situation with Suge and Tupac. It's out of control. You know, Tupac's on vinyl talking about killing all of our kids when they grow up. And, you know, it's just, it's just become this really serious conflict. And he says, I just need you to take care of him. And Keefe D's like, that's no problem. You know, that's what we do. And so an agreement was made, according to Keefe D, for an amount of money. And they kind of just let it go at that point in time. But of course, Keefe D knows in the back of his mind, this is what Puffy wants done. And they all end up out in Las Vegas. Suge's out there.
Well, before you say that, there's a couple things I want to talk about for Vegas. So when you say,
all right, you guys, oh wait, hold on, sorry. Okay, so I just want to, before we go any further, this is the clarity that I was looking for. Remember when I said that, remember when I said that Keefe D didn't need no influence because your nephew just got jumped by Tupac in there. You know what I'm saying? So why would he need Diddy to come in and give him any reason or any motive to unalive Pac? Because according to what we've heard so far, it was there. They planned it like that. Oh, you got jumped? Oh, hell no. Woo, woo, woo. We're going to do this. Go look for that nigga. Oh, they supposed to be at the 662. Y'all going over to the 662. We're going to get that nigga, right? So it was at that moment. But as we've heard, Greg Kading, right, has just clarified that there was a conversation way before this even happened where Diddy proposed to him, or he heard or whatever, that Diddy put $1 million price on Tupac's head. So this was before the Vegas incident, you guys. So this was already in the back of Keefe D's head. And this was his forte. He was the leader of the Southside Compton Crips. This is what he do. And remember when I just played earlier, Keefe D telling his story about when he was 19, that was his first taste of getting into it and seeing the pen. He did 7 years. This was what he did, okay? He was a gangster. And he moved up the ranks to be the leader. You don't just move up the ranks by planting flowers, okay, and giving out candy, all right, and saving orphans. You got to put in work in these streets, and people got to know about it. It got to be real. It got to be true. It can't be no hearsay. It got to be real, okay? So we already know his mindset and who Keefe D was, or probably still is. I don't know. All right. But now that we know that it's clarified that he been knew about the $1 million tag on Tupac, he been knew that Diddy wanted to get rid of Tupac and Biggie and Suge. Come on now, right? And so this incident was just the icing on the cake. All right. Now, word is, and I'm not too clear, is that the $1 million either, I mean, you know how big he is. Okay. I mean, you know how Diddy was. Okay. He was very, very sketchy. He didn't pay his artists. He got over on everybody. He wasn't a man of his word. So it would be likely that he would put that out there and not follow through. But there's also sayings out there, and it's just out there, that he did pay or put the check out, like we heard Gene Deal say. I seen the check, but I didn't see the check. Okay, this is why I put this together, this tapestry together for you guys. This is why y'all got to help me make this make sense together. This is the pieces of the puzzle coming together because different people are saying the same fucking thing. Okay, Gene Deal just said, I didn't see the check. I said I didn't see the check. But whoever saw the check, no. Meaning, and this is what I wanted to say, that the person that he did get the $1 million, whatever, the $1 million was paid out, but the person who was supposed to deliver it or something like that ran away with the milli or something like that. Have you guys heard that? Now, I don't know if that's truth to your rumors, but I just wanted to add to that context. Okay, so let's go ahead and get back into this video, you guys. Okay.
According to him, was there a dollar amount?
Yeah, so there was a dollar amount. But I think that, you know, the nuances of this conversation are that, like, man, I'll give you $1 million, whatever it takes. You know, it's like exaggerated speech. But of course, when we interview Keefe D, he's like, yeah, that's what the agreement amount was, $1 million.
So according to Keefe, he's claiming that Puffy offered him $1 million to kill Suge or Tupac.
Both
or
of them.
both.
Yeah, both their names came up. And according to Keefe D, he says, you know, Tupac's put himself on the list by all the shit talking that he is doing. But it was really about Suge, because it was Suge's muscle that Puffy was afraid of. You know, he was afraid of what Suge could do with the people that, the likes of a Buntry. You know, those are serious guys.
You know, from your point of view as a police officer, a former police officer, does this constitute a hit, or is it just a person who's scared? It was like, yo, I'll do whatever it takes, just get rid of these guys, and I don't want to know about it.
That's a great question. I mean, there's certainly a solicitation and there's an agreement. And so that's what constitutes solicitation for murder, and which, you know, is a crime. But I also understand the nuances of Puffy's fear, you know, and is he just speaking out his ass? Is it exaggerated speech? Whatever. But the conflict was real. It was a life or death game that was going on between these guys. So for Keefe D, who understands that as well as anybody, he understands it as a true solicitation for murder.
Okay. Now, Mob James, as well as other people, like, you know, some of the Outlaws, I think Napoleon from the Outlaws said it, and possibly some other members, there was an overall understanding that there was a 10K bounty on Death Row Chains that came from Puffy.
Word was on the streets that Puffy and Bad Boy was doing a video, and they was paying anyone to bring back a Death Row chain. So Pac looked at it like, this is deeper than Bloods and Crip. This is my enemies. You know, Puffy and them attacking us now because I'm with Death Row. So words on the street that if you bring back this Death Row chain so we can put in our video, this was the words on the street.
Right. Yeah.
You know, like when I asked Bob James, he said there was. Like, he said it very confidently. There was bounties on Death Row chains.
Yeah.
10,000, I think?
$10,000.
Right. Your mom had a Death Row chain.
She had a little bitty one.
Right.
Yeah. Well, they were snatching those.
Right. And there was no doubt this understanding that there was a bounty. We've never been able to track that down to a source where said I was there when an agreement was made. But that was the understanding on the street and among these people, was that there was a bounty for the chain. And of course, we see that becomes real at the Lakewood Mall when Orlando Anderson tries to snatch Trayvon Lane's chain.
Right. So a fight happens in the mall, and they try to take Trayvon Lane's chain, who was affiliated with Mob Pyru and Death Row.
Right.
But I guess they don't actually take the chain.
Yeah, I think they do take it. They get it off of him, but then during the Donnybrook, whatever, he gets it back. He claims he got it back. And so, there's no reason to believe he didn't. We never found that chain, at Orlando Anderson's house or anything like that. But certainly, if it wasn't an attempt, then they did actually secure it and then lost it back to Trayvon Lane. And it's important to remember that this Trayvon Lane is the person directly, aside Tupac Shakur when they confront Orlando Anderson again in Las Vegas.
Right. And Trayvon Lane, Orlando Anderson is Keefe D's nephew.
Correct.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want.
Now, that in itself was a very powerful clip. Although it was only 5 minutes, we got a lot of information out of that. Okay. Now, according to the police, solicitation and an agreement equals a crime. Okay. And in my mind, and I know that the LAPD, I know the powers that be are crooked as they come. I get it. Okay. I do get it. But I don't feel like they needed to set up these dummies. I don't think that they needed to set it up because of street politics. We see niggas every day do dumb shit. Okay. Pow each other up, rob, kill, steal, destroy. We see it. And if you have been part of the gang culture, no matter if it was through music, real life, you grew up in the hood, oh, I don't know. You already know this is how this shit goes. Okay? Because word on the streets is powerful. It's more powerful than anything that can go on this internet. This is why I always say a lot of times when reality meets reality, meaning the reality that you see on the social media internet and the reality in the real world on the streets is two different realities. Or they being real, or they really at the store, I don't give a fuck. The reality of you listening to me right now, I'm real, you're real, we're in real time. But when this cuts off and this ends and you sitting in your living room, are you sitting on your bed? Are you outside in your yard or in your car? That is the real reality. Okay, mofos? All right? And not only them that are saying this, but they named Napoleon from the Outlaws. Somebody in the chat, Big Country, what's up? Gaddafi. Okay? Fatal Hussein. All of these people are connected to Tupac. These people were close to Tupac. All right, rest in peace. Rest in peace to Gaddafi too. Okay. Now you said, let me see what you said. Gaddafi said the shooter was light skinned, but not my light skin. That alone debunks the narrative they put out about Orlando, etc. Okay. You guys are bringing insight to this. Thank you so much. Gaddafi said it too. Gaddafi said the shooter was light-skinned. It was Rafael Perez. Yeah, y'all. Now we can go all into that too. Y'all remember Rafael Perez, Reggie White Sr., I think it was, or Junior. Even Tupac rapped about Jimmy Henchman, Haitian Jack. A lot of people, y'all, are involved in this. Okay. Yeah, Dave Mack, Perez or David Mack. Yeah. Both are light skinned. Both know Reggie. Okay. Somebody said, and allegedly Keefe did not get paid and ran off with the check. Yeah, somebody that's what the word on the street was. Somebody ran off with the check. Now, am I inclined to believe that? Yes, but I'm also inclined to believe that Diddy didn't follow through with his words, right? And then as Greg Kading did say, maybe it was just like a choice of words, like big it up, like, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? You do this, I'll give you $1 million, nigga. I'll give you I'll give you $1 million. You know what I'm saying? How they talk big. So it may have just been that. What we do know is something went down. What we do know is Diddy was involved in this. Okay. Now, what I mean is, when I say the word on the streets is powerful. Now, at the time, it was no talk of Diddy, okay? Diddy was not tied to it, not like Diddy parties and what he did in his cribs, right? Him having guns and having connections with the Crips and issuing out pow-pows, right? Him having bodies on him. None of that was even a thought to us. I'm talking about to us, the outsiders at the time, okay? The fans, right? Until within recent years, okay? But we know now that Diddy's connection has been since day one. And the reason why Diddy is in jail now, right? That I see, and I feel like that's an important part of this puzzle. And the reason why I wanted to also talk about Diddy and go into Kim Porter as well, okay? But like I said, the words from the streets are powerful. And as you heard Greg Kading say, there was a bounty for the change. And this is why that went down at the mall between Trayvon Lanes and Orlando Anderson at the time. Remember, they said that he got his chain snatched, but then Trayvon Lane was like, no, I got it back. I don't know if it was in a scuffle or whatever. My point is, street politics don't need no help. Okay? And there is truth to what we are listening to. Oh, Gaddafi mom had an interview. I'm gonna write that down. I may come with that when I come back. Wait a minute. Gaddafi's mom's interview. Okay. Thank you so much, Big Country. Somebody said he didn't get paid, which is why they thought he unalived Biggie. Now, you know, Biggie's, if they find out who unalived freaking Tupac, they're gonna find out who unalived Diddy. I mean, Biggie, excuse me. And Diddy is all up and through here. Okay, I don't care about every step we take, every move we make. We're watching. I don't care about his dedication to motherfucking Biggie. I don't give a fuck. That man was involved. Somebody said no money was involved. Gaddafi mom said she tried to hire security for her son, but Death Row turned it down. Wow. Numbers can be traced. Exactly. Now, we ain't got towers and it pinged off the tower, but believe me, y'all, DNA, what came about in what? DNA, oh, did DNA come about in 96? Or was it before then? Because remember, there was a time when we didn't have the luxury of DNA, y'all. We didn't. I'll look that up and see, but you know, one thing I can say is the truth is in our face. Yes, definitely. You say Reggie and his dad's interview. So Reggie Wright and Reggie Sr. had an interview too? Let me see. Reggie White. I'm going to look into this, okay? Interview. Sorry about that, y'all. I'm just writing it down. Oh, okay. You said wasn't a walkie-talkie. They don't travel far. Nextels do. Yeah, they talk. We spoke about the walkie-talkie, right? Leonard Jefferson needs to be subpoenaed too. Who in the hell is Leonard Jefferson? You write that nigga down. I'm telling you, it's all gonna come out. And some people is from the streets, y'all. Some people in my chat was there. They're from the streets. Like they know more than us. Like this was a real thing. This is not no phenomenon. It's not no story. Real Crips and real gangsters that was on LA streets that's alive today. Okay, know some shit. They're still here. Everybody ain't dead. Everybody ain't dead. All right. So shout out to the people that are bringing a lot to the conversation. You guys can believe them or not, but I know that there's people that's still out here on these streets that know a lot. Okay, and I'm not saying they're snitching or anything like that. I'm just saying they know. I mean, it's already out there. What the fuck? We already got the main person, the prosecution star witness, and the defendant. What more do you want? The people that were directly either there or involved are either dead, except for Suge Knight. So ain't nobody snitching on nobody because everybody's dead. You know what I'm saying? So he was part of the entourage. Oh, he was part of the entourage. The person took his last picture. Who? Leonard Jefferson. Now you guys remember Chris Carroll, who is now a retired police officer. I don't know if he is for Las Vegas Police Department or LAPD, but he was the last person to talk to Tupac. Y'all know that, right? You said Reggie lied about the Nextels. He lies about a lot. Y'all, this is crazy. He says he wasn't there when it happened, and he was, and I believe it. Y'all hear that interview where he was talking to Fox Vegas, and the reporter's like, you're right here in the book. It says my sister and me at the fight. Like she couldn't have put it plainer. She's like, do you see this? And he got really, really mad. It was like, why would I wear that in the middle? Nigga, because you thought you was a pimp. Nigga, because you thought you was a pimp. You know what I'm saying? Have you been to the Players Ball lately? or when it was out, all them motherfuckers, it was hot as fuck. This shit was held in LA, Atlanta, all hot places, all different times of the motherfucking year. And them motherfuckers was hot. In furs and every damn thing else. Suits. Nigga, you think you just gonna come out in what? Some shorts and a tank top and some flip-flops? Is that what we were supposed to see you as? I mean, if you're going out and you're this big, you know, you got all this money and shit, I would have that shit on too. Because I'm going from air condition to air condition to air condition. Hello. It's not like you was catching a bus or just out on the streets or you know what I'm saying? I don't know why he would think that that would be a good enough excuse, but we're just gonna have to see. We see him and his dad. And like I said, all it's going to take is somebody who's going to be able to ID him. We can't depend on Suge Knight because I think he's going to flip the script and be a Woody on that motherfucker stand. I do think so. And what does he have to lose? He's doing 28 years. He only been there, what? He got like 20 years to go. Like that nigga ain't got nothing to lose. So I wouldn't put no faith. I wouldn't hold my breath on Suge Knight just because he's on the list. I would not count on his testimony, all right? But if he does testify, it's going to make or break, I don't know. It's going to put a dent in this case. That's all I can say, all right? I want to say make or break it, but, you know, we have our jurors. I'm pretty sure they're intelligent. I'm pretty sure, you know, they're going to pick and sift through these jurors to pick the 12 that are most qualified plus the alternate jurors. So what, 16, 17 people? It's going to be a hard pick because it's not really anybody who doesn't know about this. I don't give a damn what generation. Everybody pretty much knows who Tupac is, has Tupac t-shirt, Tupac music, has gone through the documentaries, the videos just like us. Why? Because Tupac is forever alive through spirit. You're never going to go a day where somebody doesn't say anything about Tupac, refer to Tupac, play Tupac's music, and all of the things, right? You say he was in the car with David Kenner, and Kenner said, got him. Oh, David Kenner. So Kenner was the one who said, got him. Now, remember earlier, I played a video where Suge Knight said that Snoop Dogg, he done threw Snoop Dogg up under the bus. I don't know what Snoop Dogg is doing. I don't know if he in the corner biting his nails or if that nigga somewhere running scared. But Snoop Dogg, you playing it calm, cool, and collected, but your name is all up and through here as being into it with Tupac, saying fuck Death Row, fuck Tupac. Y'all was at odds when this happened. That's the reason why you didn't go to the fight. That's the reason why you didn't want to be around Suge Knight. Although you had a box seat, a front row seat at the Tyson fight. Okay. Word is, and this is Suge saying this, that you was at Warren G's house because Warren G said you was at his house. Warren G, you still alive, nigga. You still alive. Okay. You said that Tupac was, Snoop was at your house and he had the walkie-talkies. Why do you have two-way radios and you watching the fight at Warren G house? And they heard, got him. Yeah, y'all rewind it. I already went through that. That was what Suge Knight had said. Somebody said, did y'all know Orlando really didn't get jumped? If you go watch the footage, what? There's no 13 on his shirt. And no, I'm not making this up. It was Junior it was Junior that they jumped. David Mack shot Biggie. Perez shot Tupac. Ooh, y'all. I don't know. David Mack, of course, I didn't cover him today, but his name is all up and through here, y'all. That's the reason why I'm putting these comments up here because there's some validity to what these people are saying in the comments. Shout out to Nazi Guns. Shout out to Big Country. Thank you guys for coming through and shedding light on this. David Mack had a Malibu in his driveway. Oh my God, y'all. I got a question for the thinkers. If Suge saw Keefy D prior, why didn't he say anything about the chain? I don't know. Oh, so a day prior, why didn't he say anything about the chain? Keefy said he saw Suge the day before. He did? There's so many interviews out there, y'all. I'm gonna bring you more and more, but I can't just bombard you. We'll be here all day if I did that. That was the neck bone chain that got taken. He said, here's the interview. They tested him before 1996. They tried to force Frank to lie about the chain. Yep. They said that. I went over that too. Yep, sure did. Cell phones didn't track back down either. I mean, did anybody have a cell phone back then? Like I said, I know cell phones were created in 1973, but they weren't introduced to us till decades later. But they really didn't become popular. Like everybody wasn't walking around with no damn iPhone. All right, I know Pocket ain't had no damn iPhone because I didn't have an iPhone. You know what I'm saying? But did they have cell phones back then? I don't know, because they were really, really rich. You know, the rich had access to things we didn't have access to. The internet really didn't become popular until Facebook 2004. So we know that was nowhere in the mix, but it is what it is. What is up, the Petty Pendergrass? All right, you guys, let's go ahead and get into this because I wanted to get into a thread. All right. And the thread is on Reddit. And this goes back even further than the video I just showed you 7 years. I think this goes back almost 9 or 10 years, but I thought it interesting to bring to this conversation. Now, there is a thread on Reddit that Greg Kading put out there, allegedly. Now, truth to rumors, it says his motherfucking name, okay? I believe that it's him, but we got to leave that open because I didn't do no research. I'm just bringing it to you as I found it, okay? I ain't did no research. I ain't vetted none of these niggas. I ain't did none of that shit. All right? So take it for what it's worth. Do your own research. But let's go ahead and get into this. It's worth having a conversation about. It's definitely worth having a conversation about. And I want to go ahead and bring that up to you guys. All right? Let's go ahead and get into this thread that I found on Reddit. All right? Uh-oh. And it's dating back, y'all. It's dating back older than 7 years, okay? I think 9 years, maybe even 10. So let's go ahead and get into this. Uh-oh. All right. I'm taking you guys on over to Reddit. Thank you guys for everybody in the chat, everybody that's watching. Shout out to my members, shout out to my mods, and anybody new stepping up on the scene with a gangster lane. Shout out to you, okay? All right, so let's go ahead and get into this. Let me make sure you guys can see this too as well. And let's get into this thread. I'm just going to read it. I don't know. I think my reading skills are pretty good for us to get through it. All right, so let's go ahead and get into this, you guys. Now, let's look at the date on here. It's 9 years ago, okay? 9 years ago. Let's go ahead and get into this. It says, hello, Reddit. Let me make sure y'all can hear me because sometimes I just be yapping my jaw. All right. So it says, hello, Reddit. I'm Greg Kading, former LAPD officer assigned to solve the homicides of Biggie Smalls and Tupac Shakur, author of Murder Rap and co-executive producer of USA Network's newest crime drama, Unsolved. The murders of Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. have questions about these legendary cases, AMA. Okay, I don't know what that means. It says, check out the trailer here for Unsolved. So he was trying to promote himself like everybody does. I mean, don't shoot the messenger and don't, you know what I'm saying? This is how it is, okay? And then it has proof. And it has a link to it. Now, though, I think I pushed those links. They're no longer valid. So we wanted to get into that. I just want to get into the thread, all right? It says, thank you so much for these great questions. Signing off for now, but there's plenty of more to the story. Don't miss Unsolved, the murders of Tupac and Notorious B.I.G. on the USA Network, February 27th. And he's promoting his book, his story, and his documentary, okay? Now let's get into the Q&A, okay? Something was deleted. I don't know what this means, but 9 years ago, y'all, mind you. It says, hi, Greg. I've read Murder Rap and also watched the doc too. Very insightful, seeing as Suge is already in prison. Can charges now be brought against him for having Biggie killed? Also, how has Puff Daddy got away with this all this time? And he's answering the people. This is why I thought it was interesting, you guys. Hold on. Let me make sure you guys can hear. Okay. Now, this is his response. He says, in theory, Suge could be charged, but in practicality, it will never happen. Same with Puffy. Puffy has made very good use of his lawyers over the years to insulate him from the interrogation. Now, remember, this is 9 years ago. Puffy was not in jail yet, okay? Puffy got 50 months in prison just recently. So they didn't even know that. Maybe it's changed now. I don't know. Let's get into this. He said, I've heard stories about Orlando before both his and Tupac's murders, and it sounds like he was wild in the streets. His nickname was Baby Lane, by the way, okay? So that means maybe his father was an OG and he was Baby Lane. Normally, that's how that goes, but I don't know, okay? Now, the detective goes on to say he was not there to bait anybody. He was in Vegas with his crew, which was common for them to go there for fights. He was already a suspect in other murders and had a reputation for being a shooter in his gang. And when he was killed, he took 2 more people with him. Okay, so this is what the detective is saying in his thread. Somebody else asked the question, do you think this investigation has affected the music industry? If yes, how so? This is his response. Absolutely. These were legends in the industry. When they were killed, I think that made the beefs so real that people were dying and gave everybody pause. And we can only imagine how big they would be today. Somebody says, in your opinion, how seriously should people take Diddy's involvement in these murders? It's more than public knowledge that the Crips and Keefe D were involved, but the money and the motive had to start somewhere. The detective, Kading, responds. He says, it's important to understand the nuances of Puffy's involvement. His association with the Crips exacerbated an already problematic conflict between him and Suge Knight. Puffy was in fear for his life. Understanding that helps explain whatever actions he may have taken. Puffy was paranoid, on something, okay? And was in fear for his life, okay? Now, somebody else asked, did you watch the show with Ice-T of Who Killed Biggie and Tupac? And if so, how accurate was it? Were you on that? He responds, it was very superficial. They seemed more interested in the shock value than facts. Furthermore, they completely lied about my failure to appear in their show. So he did appear. That should be on record somewhere, you guys. Somebody else asked, what was their reason? Oh, they go on. They're continue on this conversation. They say, what was their reason? They didn't put you on the show. The detective answer says, I couldn't make it to set that day, the day that they wanted me. And they weren't willing to reschedule. They go on to say, what proof did you find later that you wish you uncovered earlier? And the detective says, as time goes on, more and more people are corroborating what we already know. Since I went public with our findings, more people associated with these cases have come forward, some privately, some publicly, who wouldn't have before. Somebody else says, is your public finding something that can be read online somewhere? And the detective responds, my book, Murder Rap, in our documentary, also called Murder Rap, which is on iTunes, Google Play, Amazon, etc. And also the current BET series called Death Row Chronicles, which premiered last night and continues airing tonight and tomorrow, all of which substantiates what you'll see in Unsolved. Wait a minute, let me get a screenshot because I'm gonna look up all that. I'm looking up Unsolved. I'm looking up Death Row Chronicles. That's where they're getting these clips from that I couldn't find. So I don't think the actual literal raw interviews from 2008 and 2009 are anywhere, right? Because that would be kind of police property or whatever. But I do believe that at one time we had access to them, maybe almost a decade or so ago. And these clips were used or maybe authorized to be used in these following things. Okay, his book, the current BET series, they have a lot of pull, right? That's kind of like TMZ compared to me, you know? I can only go so far, but, you know, TMZ can probably, you know, have everything. So I'm just going to take a picture, a screenshot of this, y'all, right quick, so I can know what to look up. Does it go on or no? Somebody says, oh, one more reply. Oh, comment has been removed. Ooh, okay. Comment has been removed, y'all. All right. So now someone says, so who do you think killed Tupac? He says, I don't think, I know. Tupac was pow-powed and unalived by Orlando Anderson. There were at least 4 other co-conspirators, which are no longer alive, including Anderson, okay? Somebody else says, then why wasn't he charged? The detective says, good question. Unfortunately, by the time we had actual proof, Orlando was already dead from an unrelated gang shooting. That happened, what, 2018, 2019? Yeah, 8 months after he did his last interview, Orlando was, involved in that gang life. So it may have all been unrelated to Tupac. Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, but he's no longer here. Somebody else asked, so who do you know? So who do you know killed Biggie? Excuse me. The detective responded, Suge Knight hired a gang member named Wardell Poochie Faust. That's my first time hearing that. Let me write that down. My first time hearing that, babes. Okay? Suge Knight is involved more ways than one. He wasn't just the innocent passenger that was driving with Tupac who got grazed in the damn head. Now, he may not have had nothing to do or any knowledge of Tupac being alive, but why would you make everybody leave their bulletproof vest? Because you know that Tupac would wear a bulletproof vest often. And he ordered them not only not to wear bulletproof vests for the security and Tupac, but no pow-pows. Y'all know that, right? I mean, word on the street. So Suge Knight is involved way more than just I was just driving. I just got grazed. I don't know what happened. No. And I believe this is the reason why he don't want to testify. Because he's not a willing witness, y'all. He's not a willing participant. I want y'all to know that right now. Okay? Whether he takes the stand or not, he don't want to. Now, unless he gets a deal in a proffer or whatever, a deal with the police where he won't do any more time. I mean, the man has 20 years left, at least. I don't even think he's been in prison for 8 years. He got a 28-year sentence. So he's going into like, what do I have to lose? I'm already in prison. The fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but let's continue. It says, somebody says, was it a retaliation thing? How closely connected were the shootings? I was a huge Tupac fan. Hold on, y'all. Hold on, guys. And I'm going to come to the comments too as well. Hold on. I'm going to put this up here. All right. So he says, I was a huge Tupac fan. And at the time was convinced Biggie had arranged it. Yeah, we all did. Oh, I hated Biggie. I thought Biggie was, oh my God, I thought he was involved. Okay, after Biggie was killed, I became convinced that it was Puff who had them both offed as a way to further his career. 16, 17-year-old me was very much on Tupac's side. Ha ha ha. Yes, we all were. I can relate to that whole comment right there. Okay. The detective says Biggie was absolutely retaliation for Tupac's murder. So the murders are definitely linked. Big had nothing to do with any of it outside of the war of words with Tupac. And I feel bad, y'all, because I really blamed before he passed away for them 6 months. Oh my God, LA was in shambles. We just knew that Biggie had that stuff until 6 months later when he got killed. We was like, what the fuck? Girl, I was trying to I had his CD. I think it was a 2-disc CD. What was it called? I forgot, Life and Death or whatever. Whatever that Biggie CD was that I had that I listened to every day of my freaking life, I broke that shit into a million pieces and I wanted to just glue it back together after he died. Okay. So I could definitely relate to this because I just knew in my heart that it was Biggie. There was so much hate for Biggie. And I hate that I was that person. But anyways, let me see. It says, but from the trailer to your show, it suggests that behind all the words, they were still friends. Is that true? That would actually be kind of nice. The detective says they started out as friends. After Tupac was beaten and shot at the Quad Studios in New York, they fell out and Pac went to jail. Once Pac signed on to Suge, reconciliation wasn't going to happen. Now remember, at the end, we heard, or word on the street was they had linked back together because Tupac was going to leave Death Row and Biggie was going to leave Bad Boy, and they were together going to join together and make their own record company. Don't tell me y'all didn't hear that. Don't tell me that y'all didn't hear that. And being a Gemini myself and Tupac being a Gemini, that is totally possible. I'm here to tell y'all. As a Gemini, we would do some shit like that. Okay? We would do some shit. Like if you were a genuine person, I really, really liked you, and we really, really were close, I would definitely come back and we would get back. Now, the thing about it is that when Tupac got powed and shot at Quad Studios in 1994 in New York, and remember Biggie and them were on another floor. Remember that when Tupac got shot, and he got shot 4 times, he lost a testicle. That was the famous picture of him in being wheeled in the wheelchair when he holds up the FU sign. He's all bandaged up. He's all fucked up. He lost the testicle, y'all. Okay. But he was convinced that it was Biggie and Diddy. Okay. Did Biggie really not have anything to do with it? He just was with Diddy? I don't know. Okay. But Tupac was convinced that, I mean, they had him jump. He not only was shot, he was robbed. Remember, he ended up in the elevator. Now, on his way down, he did not just stop all the way down. He stopped at the level that Biggie and Tupac were on. And when the elevator opened, and this is what I heard, they looked at Tupac. And this is why Tupac was utterly convinced that they had this set up, and he was set up by them. Now that part, he may not be forgiven. Okay, I'm just saying he may have not been forgiven unless he talked to Biggie or something like that, or but that kind of puts a stop to that, because if he really believed that, ain't no way that he would reconcile with Biggie. But like I said, that has swirling around that they were going to connect, and maybe they did talk behind the scenes. Maybe Biggie was like, I didn't know anything about it, bro. And now fast forward to now, and Biggie was killed 6 months later. Maybe he didn't know anything about Pac. Maybe Diddy was planning this behind both their backs, and that Biggie just so happened to be up at the Quad Studio with Sean Puffy Combs because Diddy was just that dirty. He was just that conniving. He was just that evil. So I don't know. I'm just leaving it out there like that. Okay. It says, let's see. Now he said, oh man, I knew they started out as friends, but I was kind of hoping that things like Hit 'Em Up was just marketing for the moment. The detective says the beef was real, as was the war of the words. However, the media certainly helped fuel the fire. Okay, and henceforth, the Source Awards and all that in the West Coast, it was real, y'all. It was real. I can honestly tell you, it was on the streets. In reality, it was real. All right. I don't give a damn about the Source Awards. I don't give a damn about internet. I don't give a damn about none of that. That shit was real. Okay, because we definitely was like, fuck East Coast, nigga. Fuck what you going through and fuck what you stand for. Like it was a thing. All right. I was nothing. I was just the cute girlfriend and the stripper. Okay. And the preschool teacher. I was just that cute girl. Okay. That was all up in the Kool-Aid and dating the gangster, the killer, and the dope dealer. That's all as far as I went. Okay. That's it. But I was there. I was in the mix. Let's argue. Okay. So now it said, Tupac and Biggie were good friends. Tupac was already a movie star and a music artist when he met Biggie. He took Biggie under his wing and began teaching him about the ins and outs of the music business. They fell out because the guys who shot and robbed Tupac were from Biggie's hood. Tupac felt Biggie should have warned him about those guys since he was so kind to Biggie, okay? Biggie, remember when I used to let you sleep on the couch and beg a bitch to let you sleep at the house? Okay? Yeah. Now, somebody else says, if Suge Knight knew it was Orlando Anderson, why did he retaliate against Biggie? Let me see these. I think they've been deleted. Oh, no. Okay, that's somebody else responding. I really wanted to get to him responding, so I'm not going to read that big-ass thing because that's just someone's opinion, okay? Now, somebody said, did Suge Knight have any knowledge? Oh, wait a minute. Let me see if the detective is in here. No. Okay, so somebody said, did Suge Knight have any knowledge of the possibility of Tupac getting shot? And detective says not beforehand, but he knew who did it immediately after, okay? So apparently Suge Knight had no idea. I don't think he would have put himself in that much danger where he gets grazed by a bullet. I just think it was the angle. And I think they were specifically targeting Tupac. I mean, at least Orlando Anderson was, okay? Diddy wanted both them motherfucking asses gone. But Orlando specifically was aiming for Tupac, okay? Now it says, did he off the dude? And why did he go after Biggie? The detective says Suge had nothing to do with Tupac's murder. Biggie was retaliation. So they're saying Suge had nothing to do with Tupac's murder. He didn't know shit. He didn't set up shit. He didn't do none of that shit. But he was in on Biggie getting killed because what? It was an East Coast, West Coast beef, y'all. If you're going to take out our top artists, okay, our number one and their moneymaker, like, let's just be honest. And the way keeping it is, why would I take out our money? It was not your money, bro. Okay? That was Death Row's money. That was the money maker. That was the superstar. All right? And so if you're going to take ours out, guess what? Suge Knight is going to order Biggie to be taken out. Now, remember, this is where Diddy comes in because some people say that Diddy ordered the hit on Biggie because Biggie planned on leaving Bad Boys, joining up with Tupac, and them creating, what was it called? Death Row. What was the record they were called? It was already out there. It was a name that they were going to call it. I just don't know what it was called. Yeah, y'all. It's so much shit. Let me see. He said Suge had nothing to do with Tupac's murder. Biggie was the retaliation. Somebody says no. I'm asking if he had anything to do with the dude who killed Pac. Like, did Suge have anything to do with his own death, with his death? And the detective says no. Orlando Anderson, Tupac's killer, was killed in an unrelated gang shootout about 18 months later. However, Suge put a green light against Orlando's entire gang, the Southside Crips. Somebody else asked, why didn't he go after Pac's killer? The detective answered, in the gang culture, it's not as easy as one might think to hunt down and kill an individual. You go after the gang, especially when multiple members of the gang were responsible. Orlando knew he was a target, which makes getting at him that much more difficult. Wow, y'all. Okay. Somebody said, why did you decide to become an expert on this particular murder? The detective answered, it was a natural progression. As the investigator assigned to look into Biggie's murder, I was able to learn about both murders. Remember, he wanted to solve Tupac's murder. Now, somebody else said, have you ever listened to their music and or identified as a fan before this investigation? Hold on, y'all. Let me make sure. Okay. And the detective answered, to be honest, I knew of them, but I was not a rap music fan. Since becoming involved, I've learned to appreciate their music as well as the genre. Somebody else asked, what was the motive behind Tupac's killing? I know you said Biggie was killed out of retaliation. My apologies if you've answered already. And the detective says it was a culmination of an ongoing beef between CEOs, rappers, and their affiliated gangs that was triggered that night by the fight between Tupac and Orlando Anderson at the MGM in Vegas. All right. Somebody else says, what is it like to see your story's life come to life in the show? The detective says, surreal. I'm so thankful to all the people who supported the telling of this story. I think the public will finally get what they've been looking for over 20 years. Somebody else asked, what kind of relationship did you have with either Tupac or Biggie's family throughout your investigation? The detective answers, I did not have direct interaction with them during the investigation. I came to know them afterwards. After I retired, I formed a friendship with Valletta Wallace, as well as Tupac's cousin, William Lassane, and brother, Mo Preem, who assisted with Unsolved. Okay, we're going to get into those, you guys. We're going to get into those on the next live, all right? Somebody said, how do you feel about Josh Duhamel playing you on Unsolved? The detective says it's crazy. He's such a good guy and so committed to getting it right. I'm so proud and honored by him and the entire cast. Someone else asked, has anyone come to you confessing to the crime, or have you been led down false paths? The detective responds, yes, we have confessions for both murders. However, there's a lot of false paths over the years. Now, y'all heard it. The detective says, yes, we have confessions for both murders. All right? This is so revealing, y'all, okay? If this Reddit thread is true, and I believe that it is, I mean, who makes this up? And this was in and around the time when he was promoting not only his book, but his documentary, okay? Somebody asked, what were the motives behind the shootings? He's ongoing beefs, and the detective answers, ongoing beefs between multiple factors of Bad Boy and Death Row. Someone else asked, what was your biggest takeaway after working on this case? The detective responds, how both complicated and simple it was at the same time, and how both murders were so unnecessary and senseless. My sentiments as well. I can agree with that response. Somebody says, with the murders being so well known and culturally important, was it hard to go into it without bias? The detective responds, not at all. I've been conducting gang murder investigations for years. We also treated victims as victims. However, being high-profile celebrity murders brought new challenges. Somebody else asked, what was your relationship with the families, especially Valletta? He says, I got to know Valletta on a personal level. She's a beautiful and graceful human being. She also is a victim of all this. She was the primary motivation in this case. She was my primary motivation in this case, okay? Somebody says, what was the juiciest piece of evidence you've uncovered? The detective says, the confession of the murders. Y'all don't see that? Y'all don't see that? What? Somebody says, whose confession? We all know Suge was part of Biggie's death. The detective says Keefy D for Tupac's murder and Suge's baby mama, Teresa Swan, for Biggie's murder. What? Now, mind you guys, I didn't read this thread. I'm reading this and seeing this at the same time because of you, okay? I have not read this thread at all, not one iota, because I would have been took the screenshot. Hold on, y'all. We're going to get into this. Wow. Ooh-wee. Suge's baby mama, Teresa Swan, for Biggie's murder. Who is Teresa Swan? Who is that? Suge's baby mama? Didn't he have a baby by, what was her name? No, that was Dre's baby mama. Dr. Dre's baby mama. Who is Suge baby? Okay, we're gonna find that out. Ooh, so y'all got it. The confession was Keefy D for Tupac's murder and Suge's baby mama Teresa Swan for Biggie's murder. Ooh, somebody said, so how come Suge was never brought up on charges? The detective responds, due to the fact that the shooter is dead and Suge's baby mama and co-conspirators cannot be forced to testify against him, it leaves the case unprosecutable. Ooh, really? So he may talk, y'all, because it looks like he can't get time for this. I don't know. Ooh, what? Why can't his baby mama be forced to? I thought it was only if you're married, but I guess it's different. I don't know. We're not here to question. I'm just here to bring you guys the information. Okay. It says, isn't he in jail right now? Didn't he kill someone with his car? And detective says Suge is in jail waiting trial for running over and killing Terry Carter in Compton. Okay, so Suge was in jail awaiting trial. He just wasn't convicted yet. So this is an eye-opener for us because I thought this happened way before. But it looks like this was in and around the time that Suge was in jail waiting for trial. So he was not convicted yet, okay? Somebody said, was there any sort of LAPD cover-up from the detective Poole's initial investigation of this case? And the detective says, no. There were multiple inquiries into the theory of by multiple agencies, including the FBI, but no evidence was discovered to support Poole's theory. Even Poole eventually changed his position. Something we got to look into. Somebody says, who had the better rhymes? The detective said, they have different styles, in my opinion, so it's hard to draw a comparison. Biggie's flow was sick, but Pac's content was deeper. Mwah, chef's kiss to that. I totally agree. Okay, I listened to both of them. Pac was my favorite, and we won't get all into that because it's not about me, but excellent. Yes. That's exactly how most of us felt, okay? Pac's music touched you because it was deeper, y'all, okay? Biggie's flow was sick in more of a surface level rapping, okay? Now, somebody said, what was the most pivotal moment in your investigation? He said the confession of Dwayne Keefy D. Davis to the murder of Tupac. Wow, wow, wow. And here we come full circle. Because when I introduced Detective Grady to you guys, Greg Cady, I said that he was the one who got confession of Keefy D for the murder of Tupac, y'all. Full circle. Somebody says, what do you think of all the conspiracy theories out there? Do you think they're keeping the case open? Remember, this is 9 years ago, you guys. Detective says the public will always be fascinated with conspiracy theories. However, the purpose of an investigation is to dismantle false theories, which we did. The cases are internally solved, but because they can't be prosecuted, it's the public perception that they aren't solved. Wow. Good insight. Okay, whatever the person said, the comment was deleted by the user. Detective still answers. He said, investigators have conclusive evidence. However, due to the time that's passed and the deaths of most of the co-conspirators, the cases can't practically be prosecuted. So the cases are now archived. Until now, brother. Until now, kind sir. Excuse me, sir. Okay, that was 9 years ago. Fast forward to 2026, we back in action. Okay, there's a whole fucking trial going on, bruh. Okay. Now, somebody says there have been a lot of documentaries and movies about Biggie and Tupac and their murders. What do you think is the most unique aspect of Unsolved compared to those? The detective answered, it's an entirely different way of telling a story. It's not a biopic and it's not a documentary. It tells the story of Biggie and Tupac's friendship, which has never really ever been told before. And it goes inside of both investigations, whereas most projects have always been on the outside of that. And we also had the luxury of having 10 hours to tell the story as opposed to just one film. Okay. Somebody said, are you still in touch with the families of Tupac and Biggie? And he says, Mo Preem was on the set during the filming of Unsolved, and I stay in touch with Pac's cousin, William Lassane, and I speak to Valletta Wallace, Biggie's mother, occasionally, right? Remember, if you guys don't know, Tupac's real name was not Tupac Shakur, but Lassane Crooks. Remember that. I want you guys to understand maybe a tidbit of information that you didn't know. Tupac's real name is Lassane Crooks, not Tupac Shakur. All right. So, I mean, you know, William Lassane, his name was Lassane Crooks. I don't know. Remember, his mother was part of, Afeni Shakur was part of the Panther Party. All right. She had Tupac while she was locked up in jail. And then Shakur was also, what was the guy's name who was also locked up? Matula or something like that. I don't want to get into that because I'll just fuck it all up. But Tupac would often rally for the release of, I forgot what his name was, Matula Shakur or Shakur. I forgot his name, but he would often rally in his raps for his freedom from prison. Okay. Let me see. Now, somebody said, why do you think it's taken so long for these cases to be solved? The detective said several reasons, but mostly lack of cooperation by witnesses, particularly Suge Knight. And this is why I think he's going to be a hard nut to crack, y'all. Okay? It's going to be like pulling teeth. I don't know. Now, he said, what would the investigators need today to be able to close this case? Do you think this case will ever be closed? The detective said the cases are solved, but are unprosecutable. Most of the co-conspirators in both murders are dead. What changed this? Keefe D running his mouth 50,000 trillion times and talking outside of the proffer, which made what he said in the proffer now part of this trial. And it's going to be presented. Parts of it, I think, if not all of it, has been allowed. The judge, they did a hearing. Okay, so just to let y'all know. Now, someone says, do you think the murders are connected? The detective says, absolutely. If Tupac wouldn't have been killed, Biggie wouldn't have been either. Someone says, should cheese go on top or underneath the sauce on a pizza? And someone says, how did you first become involved in the TV entertainment world? The detective says, after the murder rap documentary, I was approached by the creator of Unsolved who wanted to collaborate on the project. Someone says, why should people watch Unsolved? He said, the detective responds, because it rocks. Also, the story was never been told like this before. It's always been documentaries. This is entirely different. Somebody said, should I watch Unsolved? How accurate is the depiction of the story as compared to others? The detective response says it's incredibly accurate. Of course, some dramatic license have been taken, had to be taken to compress 20 years into 10 episodes. Everybody was committed to getting it right, and I was on set most of the days. Someone says, should I watch Unresolved? And then someone else says, did you read the book, Great Fucking Adventures on Mars yet? I don't know. Someone says, I appreciate all your hard work. And then it goes on. I don't think he responds again. Okay, so it goes all the way down. I just wanted to go as far as that. Y'all, I think that's enough. He stops responding after that. Okay, he stops responding after that. I thought this was equally important. I thought this added a lot to the conversation that we're having and a lot to this trial. Okay, just reading this thread. Now take it, truth tea rumors, take it how you want, take it to the bank, leave it. I don't give a fuck. You guys see where I got it from Reddit. I read it right along with you in real time. I've never read this before, didn't even know it fucking existed. And you're fucking welcome. All right. All right, you guys, let me get to the comments. And yeah, get to the comments, y'all. Let me see, you guys. Let me go to the bottom because sometimes the comments, there's a lot too. Thank you guys for tapping in. All right. You guys have a lot to say. I appreciate that. But let me go to the bottom of the comments because there's so many comments, you guys. You said, yeah, Suge baby mom wanted him gone like dead. Perez and David Mackey, he said they all was good, and Reggie. Somebody said, what money? Nobody was paid. Anybody who knew something got unalived. Katie wrote the letter he showed Tammy Hawkins and signed it April 1st. What? What? All of this ish was in our faces. Thank you. Thank you. All of this shit was in our face. What? All of this was in our face. Somebody said Afeni Sue, she going Biggie, she gone Biggie mother Sue, she gone SMH. I don't know if that was that's probably the autocorrect. Somebody says y'all gotta rewatch the video when they were at the hospital outside. Okay. Somebody said, what the F Suge baby mama? That's what I said. Everybody who said they seen him in the hospital said he was okay and doing better. I know. I was holding on to hope. I just knew he survived the shooting at the Quad Studios. I just knew he was gonna pull through, y'all. I just knew and was devastated. So devastated, you guys. That was one of the biggest things that happened in the history, in my history of my generation, in my life. And I cried and was depressed for 6 months straight. Yeah, it really hit heavy. It did. It really hit heavy, you guys. Hit home. A lot of people can relate to what I'm saying without it. I mean, if you want to call it a parasocial relationship, I don't know what the fuck you want to call it, okay? I wasn't all over the news because I was quite young at that time. I wasn't all over the news, but when Michael Jackson died, it hit me hard too. Kind of different than Tupac, but I was all over the news. I wouldn't be surprised if y'all came up across a damn clip of me reading poems. A lot of things I used to do. One of the things I used to do when someone really close that I really, really love, who was close to my heart, and I didn't know these people, but my favorite celebrities, that was really big at the time to be celebrity worship. That was part of my generation. It was normal, y'all. I know now, looking back, I can see that it wasn't normal. I see what my sister was saying when she was like, you know, you're worshiping these, you're using these as idols. God doesn't like it. She was very, very religious, and she used to always tell me that you are worshiping these people, and that God doesn't want you to worship false idols. I didn't see it. Okay, I didn't know, didn't see it. Fought a tooth and nail on it until now. I mean, I see it, but yeah, I would always write a poem when someone would pass away. I would write a poem. I wrote a poem on Tupac. I still have it. I might put it on maybe a short or something like that. When Michael Jackson passed away, I wrote a poem. When Prince passed away, I wrote a poem. When Nipsey Hussle passed away, I wrote a poem. So maybe I'll share those poems with you guys, but those all had a significant impact on my life. Prince, not so much, but the rest of them, yes. Okay. Even though I wrote a poem on all of them, just FYI. Okay. You said, why would Zip get the check and he wasn't the shooter? I don't know. I don't know, y'all. Let me see. Somebody said NIBVN came back positive for a match. Vegas said, nah, there was no match. Somebody said a rental is traced back to who rented it. Yeah. Yeah. Big Country said, yes, most rental cars have trackers. Approximately 90% of the rental cars in the U.S. are equipped with GPS trackers installed by major rental companies like Hertz, Enterprise, Avis, and Budget. Yeah, that's how they used to keep track when people used to try to take off with the damn cars. Now, coming into the most recent years, just even really before this, like maybe even 10, 15 years ago, they used to be able to kill the car, have a kill switch on it. Now, I don't know if we're going too far back for that, but definitely there were trackers on them damn cars, okay? We're not talking about the 1940s and 50s and shit. There was some technology popping, y'all, okay? We wasn't living in in the Ice Age and the invention of the wheel now, okay? Somebody said if that's true, then they could have found the alleged shooters. That's another part. Yep, that's the other part. Yep. They wanted to find them. What is up, Senecas? Thank you so much for tapping in and joining us. The more research, the more questions you get. I know we're going down a rabbit hole that is never ending. If they dirty, they're not trying to find them. That's for optics. Cuz Wido, thank you. You said, thanks, Blonay. These may be rumors, but I believe too in the cases like this, where there is smoke, there's fire. Yeah. Shout out to Cuz Wido. Shout out to my mods and my members. A lot happened that night, though. I know, y'all. No, sorry. Suge said his ex-wife wanted him killed, and Suge said Perez and David Mack and Reggie were good friends. These people are all involved, y'all. Their names may just pop up here and there, but it goes deeper. Because I remember all these names. I just haven't covered it. But in the book, Kathy Scott book, I forgot what it was called. Greg Kading had a book. There were other documentaries out there, and these people were named. Okay, I just saw a picture of the Matt guy. All right, Greg Kading played a part in it too. Indeed, when Tupac left, a lot was said, and mad ASF. Y'all, this is crazy. That's why he says free Keepy D. He know he wasn't there. Suge and the shooter, the driver, locked eyes. Suge says it on The Art of Dialogue. Really? Oh, we're going to get into that. We are going to have to get into that. All right, you guys, thank you so much for tapping in. Now, I did want to end with this, you guys, because in that Reddit thread with the detective, Greg Kading, was deep, y'all, okay? But what I wanted to get into before I let you guys go is Kim Porter and the ties that Diddy has to this. And this is not just hearsay, y'all, because too many people are saying the same thing. But have you heard Kim Porter's POV? Now, if you guys know anything about Kim Porter, she is the baby mama of Diddy. She's had 4 of his children, she had the twins, which is Jesse James and Delilah. She had King Combs, and then Justin came from his first baby mama, or one of his other baby mamas, and then he also has a child by another woman who dated Tupac and was deeply in love with Tupac. And I think his child's name is Chance, and she and Kim Porter were pregnant at the same time. Now, they ended up being friends. I went real deep on the Diddy thing, y'all. I don't even want to take you down that rabbit hole, but we are going to get into an excerpt from her book, okay? Now, some people have said that this is not her book. She didn't write it. It was a whole big thing when this came out. But you know me, I went on ahead and ordered the damn book and did a book reading, okay? Not only did I order the book, but I did a whole book reading right here on this here YouTube. All right. And there was a lot of controversy going on around the book. The book ain't real. The book is real. She really did write it. She didn't write it. And he has ties to Shakir Stewart. He has ties to Jamie Foxx being ill. He has ties to Al B. Sure. He has ties to the unaliving of Kim Porter herself. Y'all, the rabbit goes deep. I ain't even going to do that to y'all. But what we are going to do is get into an excerpt of her book, and it's called Kim's Lost Words. Now, I wanted to get into a specific chapter, but before I do that, let me go ahead and hold on, you guys, because I'm going to bring up a video, right? Because I'm going to use the restroom. This is just a break, y'all, because I have to go tinkle, and I'm going to refresh my coffee, okay? But I'm just going to play a video for you guys right quick, because we're going to get into this excerpt of this book. Let me see. Is this it? Hold on, y'all. I think this is it. Let's go ahead and get into this. Hold on, y'all. Let me bring up a video for y'all. Dang, she looked like Lisa Bonet. Hold on, you guys. I'm bringing it up now. It's just ads that are coming on, but I'm gonna make sure you guys can see this too as well. Okay, let's go ahead and bring this up. Now it's playing with me. Stop playing with my emotions. Okay, y'all, hold on. Let's bring this up for you guys. I'm sorry, y'all. It kind of cut me off. I don't know why. It kicked me out. Now, let's go ahead and get into. Damn, that was loud. Let me go ahead and play this for you guys. Hold on. And this is just another part of the Tupac and Biggie's murder. I'm going to get into Greg Kading and his interview, and I'm gonna show you guys a little bit of that. Okay, like I said, this is just a little break. We're about to get into the Kim Porter. I just have to, take a bathroom break, and I'm gonna refresh my coffee. That's it. That's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into this. Let me make sure you guys can see and hear. Once I play this, you guys, I want green hearts in the chat to make sure that you guys can hear the audio. And yeah, we're going to get into this. Hold on. Let me just remove myself. Oh, wow. We're talking about Mac right there. And there's his picture. Let's see. Hold on, y'all. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Oh, damn. Now I'm removing it. Sorry, y'all. Let's go ahead and get into this, okay? All right. This is who we've been talking about, you guys. This is why I was saying I know. This is why I was saying I know. Okay. There are other players to this game. Okay. And a lot of you guys in the chat know exactly what you talking about. All right. Let's start all over, you guys, and we're gonna get into this. Green hearts in the chat if you guys can hear this.
Blood on the ground, and then an unexpected thing takes place. They had to resurrect the case and have us.
Okay.
The more and more you read and the more and more you investigate, it's a never-ending story with this. West Coast, East Coast, top rappers have been shot and killed.
Tupac's supposed to perform at the club that night, and a dark SS Impala pulls up alongside, shoots Biggie several times, and he dies on the way to the hospital. So now there's blood on the ground. And then an unexpected thing takes place. They had to resurrect the case and have us take a new look at it and see if we've missed anything.
You believe behind all of this is Puffy.
He knew that Suge Knight was trying to hunt him down. He turned to the streets and said, "Can you guys handle this for me?" And now they're going to go and retaliate to hunt down Tupac. The Cadillac pulls up, he leans out and shoots and ultimately kills Tupac Shakur.
Why were you removed from the case in 2009? Isn't there a reason to want to go really find out the truth?
I believe the public should at least be informed as to what took place in the investigation, what evidence we develop, and how this all fits together. It's not what you know, it's what you can prove.
So today I have with me Greg Kading, who was the detective investigating the homicide on Tupac as well as Biggie. So one day, Russell Poole's investigation of 97 binders that are 4 inches apiece is handed over to him to find out and investigate more and see what really happened to Tupac and Biggie. He was a lead detective on that, and recently a documentary came out called Murder Rap, as well as a Netflix series, 10 episodes, titled Unsolved, I believe, right? Unsolved, which has become a big hit. Everybody's talking about, look, I got a painting behind me with many different characters, and one of them is Tupac. I was a 1996 graduate, so I've always been curious about Tupac. I said, why don't we get Greg Kading out here? So, Greg, thanks for making the time and coming out here.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so before getting this, you had already done 200 cases, give or take.
Yeah, throughout my career, I was already a senior detective at the time that I got this case, but I had come through narcotics and homicide and had a really deep background in gang investigations. So it just seemed like a natural fit to take on this case.
Now, was this something that you went after, or was it something that was just given to you out of nowhere?
It was given to me out of nowhere, really. I was working major narcotics, and I got a phone call one day from a detective at Robbery Homicide Division who was overseeing the new resurrected Christopher Wallace Biggie Smalls murder, which was being re-examined due to a lawsuit that was being waged against the city of Los Angeles, wherein allegations had been made from the Wallace estate that LAPD officers were complicit in the murder.
Complicit in the murder. And is that kind of what attracted you to it, or you already kind of knew this was taking place?
I had some knowledge of the case, but very limited, really just superficial knowledge of the case. I was attracted to it just by the challenge of it all. I enjoyed things that had to do with gangs. I enjoyed things that had to do with narcotics. And of course, this is a high profile murder wherein both of those worlds were going to be visited. So all of those things kind of attracted me to it. And I knew the department wanted to get to the bottom of it.
Now, before even getting into it, what is the itch? Why do you want to be a detective? Like, what is the inspiration behind, I want to go find out more. I want to dig up more. Where does that come from? Have you always been like that?
Yeah, I've always enjoyed puzzles, and that's what homicide, well, any investigation is. It's about, finding pieces of evidence and trying to fit them all together to get a comprehensive picture of something. And so there's a challenge involved, and it's a lot of fun. Being a detective, and especially in a city like Los Angeles, it can be a lot of fun. It can be really challenging, but when you have a good partner and you got a good team around you, it's all worthwhile.
Did you listen to hip hop back then, or no? Were you a hip hop guy, or?
No, no. I have to admit I wasn't. I'm kind of a classic rock guy. I came up on Bob Seger and Aerosmith and that type of stuff.
Slightly different music.
Slightly different music, and again, back in the mid 90s, of course, there was kind of an adversarial relationship between law enforcement and the gangster rap community. Songs from MWA like F the Police and that were coming out. And so, there was just these two different worlds that were kind of frowning upon each other.
Did you personally see them as the enemy yourself? Was it kind of like, I want to put a stop to this and I'm willing to contribute? Was that kind of your mindset, or I'm just going to go do my job?
Well, the gangs, we perceived as being, they're a detriment to their community. And so that's what it is. You're trying to protect the people in those communities that are trying to just get through their lives with pursuing, their own agendas. And then these gangs, they wreak all kinds of havoc in the communities. So somebody has to be there to try to curb that. And that's us. That's law enforcement.
Did you have a personal incident that happened to you with a gang member, or anything that even created more fire in your belly, or not really? You've never had an issue yourself?
Well, there were certainly gang members who I despised, guys that were out there, committing murders and robbing houses and raping women and that type of thing. But with that being said, I developed really good relationships with certain gang members, and we became friends. And even guys that I'd sent to prison for years, I'd stay in touch with, and once they got out, formed friendships with them. So everything really is taken on an individual basis, but you have to judge the behavior at certain times.
The only reason I ask is because I can only imagine if you put 97 4-inch binders on this table, I mean, there's a high likelihood one of them is going to fall off, right? To want to do that and pursue it, you can obviously say no to it, right? You can say, no, I don't want to do this. I want to pass it to somebody else. Do you have the ability to do that? Or is it Kading, this is yours. You got to take it. Go get the job done.
I could have declined it, because they wanted somebody who would be interested and motivated to do the work. And so they didn't want to have somebody that the work was forced on. It doesn't amount to a good, objective, proactive approach. So I liked it because I have a certain kind of obsessive compulsive personality. And if you put something like that in front of me, the challenge is, and I'm going to do my darndest to figure it out. So.
And you need the right personality for this, because this is, like I was telling you earlier, so I'm like, okay, I'm going to sit with Greg. Great. We've done a lot of different interviews on the channel. We've never gone into the hip hop side, and my interest with Tupac. I said, okay, great. Let me want to pursue this. But the more and more you read, and the more and more you investigate, it's a never-ending story with this. With all the conspiracies, 17 conspiracies that could be right, 5 over here. Here's a person on this side. It was this guy, was that guy. So when it was first given to you, what was your first approach when you got it? Did you say, let me go through all this material first, then? Or did you say, I don't want to look at any of this stuff. Let me do my own investigation, then I'll come to it?
No, we had to review all the information that was available at the time. All of those binders we had to go through with a fine-tooth comb and start piecing things together and develop the most viable theories. Because there was just some ridiculous allegations and theories out there that we had to listen to, but we couldn't really take seriously just based on face value. But putting together all the information that contained in those binders did lead us to the most viable and practical of the theories, and decided that those would be the ones that we'd spend our time and energy trying to prove or disprove.
Got it. So you're getting it. You're looking at, you're reading all the material yourself. Russell Poole himself had come up to a conclusion, right? And he was going in a direction where he felt it was, who he thought had handled the business for Biggie or Tupac. First of all, what was that to the audience, assuming they know nothing and them not seen the documentary or read your book? And secondly, what direction did you go after you read that?
So Russell Poole, he developed a loose theory based on some strong circumstantial evidence that there were some police officers moonlighting for death row records and some LAPD officers that may or may not be associated with Suge Knight. And through kind of a series of random circumstances, put together this theory that these cops were involved. And the cops that he ultimately identified was a notoriously bad cop from the LAPD, a disgraced cop named David Mack, who after the murders of Biggie Smalls had robbed a bank, and there was some indication that he was associated or with gangs down in Compton. So all of these things led Russell Poole down this road where he started to fit information together to serve that theory's purpose. And we took it as a serious theory. There was, as I said, really good circumstantial information to believe that this could be true. And so we pursued that as a viable option, while keeping in mind that it may not be true also. And so it's kind of through a process of elimination that we'd take a theory. If we could disprove it, then we knew we could set it aside and move on to the next theory.
Got it. Greg, do you mind if we go to the other room on the board? I have pictures of everybody, and I kind of want you to walk us through the connection of everybody with each other, where, when you're investigating, I would picture some of these movies that they're doing investigation. They got all the characters up, and you kind of are trying to figure out how you got to the bottom of who killed them.
Yeah,
you mind if we do that?
That'll be fine.
Let's go to the other room. Yeah. So, Greg, I want to take a different angle with this, because I think this gives the audience a better visual to kind of see how everybody's connected to each other. So if you can kind of walk us through what we know here is, obviously it started with Biggie, the investigation. Tupac kind of came in. And then I have Eazy-E here. I have P. Diddy and Suge Knight and a lot of different characters, even Johnny Cochran and Russell Poole. If you can kind of walk us through some of the connections here, that'll probably be most helpful.
Great. Yeah. And this is very helpful for me also during the investigation. This is exactly what we did. Put together a big flow chart so we could put faces to names and start making connections. So this is the way to present the case. So I appreciate that. Of course, you've got Biggie and Tupac. There are victims. killed in 1996, killed in 1997. Over here you have Russell Poole, who was the primary investigation back in 1997 assigned to investigate Biggie's murder. And so, of course, we know that Biggie was with P. Diddy at Bad Boy Records, and Tupac at the time in 96 was under the
Death Row
with Suge Knight at the helm. So these are all just some of the ancillary characters. These guys aren't really related insofar as the murder investigation is concerned, but of course we know Eazy-E and Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre from the founding days of Death Row. You know, Eazy-E coming out of NWA and Dre, and then of course Snoop Dogg joins forces and they all become.
How much do you buy into the conspiracy about the AIDS where Suge Knight said what he said on Jimmy Kimmel, or you've never investigated to find out the validity of it anyways?
We didn't take a deep dive into it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that he, injected him with a needle full of.
Even though he said it on Kimmel?
Right.
Okay.
Well, Suge Knight said a lot of things.
Sure.
Most of which are untrue. So it's just his nature to throw out, all kinds of nonsense. He said Tupac's alive. He said that Diddy killed him. He said, he said a million different things.
He'd make a good politician today.
There you go. Perhaps when he gets out of prison, he'll become one.
So walk us through the rest.
Okay. So, back in 96, Tupac Shakur, as we know, was in Las Vegas, Nevada, watching a Mike Tyson fight. He's along with Suge Knight and this big entourage of people with Death Row Records. They're at the MGM. After the fight, Tupac gets into a fist fight with a gang member from Compton named Orlando Anderson. His street name was Baby Lane. After this fist fight takes place, security gets there, they break it up. Everybody goes their own way. And Tupac Shakur later on that evening are on the way over to Suge's nightclub.
Do you mind highlighting this? And I don't mean to interrupt you. Orlando, they got into a fight because of Trayvon claimed that he took the Death Row medallion. And at that time, he was given $10,000 for every medallion that they took. Apparently, it was the case, right? Or
all of that's true, except the thing about him offering up any kind of bounty for those medallions has always just been kind of street rumor legend. It's never been validated or verified. But there was a rumor on the street that there was an offer of $10,000 to get one of these Death Row medallions.
All right, you guys, I am back. We're going to stop it right there. The good news is I am going to end with this video. So you guys aren't going to miss anything. I'm going to continue where it was because I feel like a little bit more of this video needs to be seen. But I did want to go ahead and interrupt this because I wanted to get to the Kim Porter part of this, which ties into the Diddy. So it's kind of the reason why I stopped right at Diddy. But we will resume this video, okay? I did want to go ahead and get into this because I wanted to read a chapter called Tupac from Kim's Lost Words, okay? Now, I do believe that Diddy probably wasn't the motive, right, for Orlando Anderson and Keefy D and the unaliving of Tupac in that moment. But like we learned from the video that we just watched before this one, that Keefy D allegedly was approached and propositioned by Diddy with that $1 million price tag. And this is what the detective told us, right? Before the incident that happened in Vegas even went down. And I wanted to get into the motives on why Diddy, besides the back and forth, besides the Death Row, East Coast, West Coast, Death Row, Bad Boys, being jealous, get into the jealousy of it. And another thing that this detective said was it was so simple, yet so complicated, yet it was right there in our faces. It was so simple. Something as simple as jealousy. Okay? Something as simple as pussy. And I wanted to go ahead and get into this and give you guys another angle that I have learned since I covered the Diddy trial. Okay? If you don't believe I covered the Diddy trial, just take a look at my social media. It's all up and down and through there. I got that tens of thousands of views, okay, for my coverage on the Diddy trial. Well, not necessarily I wasn't there, but I did follow it, okay? Now let's go ahead and get into this because, like I said, he probably wasn't the main motive, but I do believe that Diddy offered that man $1 million to off Tupac because Diddy did not like Tupac and they bumped heads. It's just that we weren't privy to what was going on behind the scenes when the camera cut, okay? We were not privy to this, but there is a part in Kim Porter's book that shows how Diddy and Tupac fell out. And remember that Diddy went on to have a baby by one of Tupac's ex-girlfriends. And he continued to try to date anybody that Tupac dated, on to Khadijah Jones. Okay? Because if y'all didn't know, there was a whole thing where Khadijah, and there was at some event, and Khadijah went off like, yeah, woo, 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 went off on Diddy. I'm just letting y'all know. Okay? I don't know if you guys know that or not, but we're going to get into this chapter. Now, remember, Tupac was shot in Quad Studios in 1994. Let me go ahead and get into this. All right? I want to show you guys this right quick, and we're definitely putting a pin in this, and I will come back and let you guys see another excerpt. We're going to start where we left off so you guys won't miss anything, but I did want to go ahead and get into this information right here to bring you guys up to speed. All right. Hold on, you guys. Let me go ahead and bring up this information and I can go over it with you guys together and give you guys a little bit of details of what happened in the studio at that first shooting when Tupac was shot 4 times, if I'm not mistaken, and he literally lost a testicle. Okay. Let me see. Because niggas is hard to kill on my block. All right. 5 shots couldn't stop me. I took it and smiled. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this, you guys. Let me make sure you guys can see this as well. Did I stop this? Hold on. Oh, okay. I just want to make sure. Hold on. All right. So let's go ahead and get into this. Let me make sure you guys can see this. Can you guys see this? Okay. Yeah, y'all can. Y'all can see it. All right. Let me go ahead and get into this. All right. Now, this says that Tupac was shot 5 times. I said 4 or 5. Good thing we are doing fact checking. Okay. Tupac Shakur was shot 5 times and robbed in the lobby of Quad Recording Studios in Manhattan on November 30th, 1994. He survived the attack, which became a major catalyst for the East Coast, West Coast beef. Let's get into the incident and some other details. Now, the incident took place on November 30th, 1994, around 12:30 a.m. It was the location was the lobby of the Quad Recording Studios at 723 7th Ave in Manhattan, New York. The attack. 3 armed men confronted Shakur, robbed him of thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, and shot him. The injuries. Shakur was hit 5 times, including wounds to his head, groin, and hand, with a bullet grazing his skull. Aftermath and impact. Hospitalization. He was rushed to Bellevue Hospital for emergency surgery, but checked himself out against doctor's orders just hours to attend a court verdict. He had to. Shit. Conspiracies and confessions. Shakur, publicly believed that the robbery shooting was set up, orchestrated by figures in the New York hip hop scene, worsening tensions with Notorious B.I.G. and Sean Diddy Combs in 2011. An incarcerated felon named Dexter Isaac confessed to being one of the gunmen, claiming he was paid by entertainment manager Jimmy Henchman Roseman to rob the rapper. All right. Just wanted to get that tidbit of information out to you guys so that you guys know exactly where I'm going with this. All right. Now, like I said, this was in Kim Porter's book. Let's go ahead and get to that chapter. And let me make sure you guys can hear me too as well. All right. All right, you guys. Let me go ahead and get into this. And let's go. Now, Kim's Lost Words, A Journey for Justice from the Other Side was written by Jamal T. Millwood for Kimberly A. Porter. This is after her unaliving, okay? And let's go ahead and get into this. Now we're going to the chapter of, let me see, guys. Right. Okay. We're going to chapter 6, which is simply entitled Pop. Okay. Now it says, and I'm going to try to read this pretty quickly. I don't know, but we're going to get through this. Okay. It's only a couple pages. Now it says Biggie took over East Coast. Okay. So now it reads chapter 6, Pop. It says Biggie took over the East Coast hip hop, and Sean was the brilliant mind that orchestrated it. He hired people to teach Chris how to flow and write his lyrics. He hired the best producers to do the beats, although he took credit for them, and music was unstoppable. At this point, Sean was sleeping with all of the powerful players and everyone that wanted to do music, wanted to be a bad boy. Sean wheeled and dealed in a way that would have been unthinkable to many. He slept with the guys that really controlled the music to stay on top. Mind you, slept with the guys. You heard that right. A lot of names average people have never heard of. These are the guys that make the decisions on who is winning and who is not. He hosted parties that were just a fancy name for orgies, and everyone wanted in. When I met Tupac, Sean and I had an open relationship. And yes, I slept with Pac. Shit, he was sexy. Sean didn't mind. Well, not only he tried to get Pac to join both of us. Pac was not good with that. This is where the relationship between them became strained. Tupac wasn't going to accept Sean's advances. Pac wasn't gay, and he was pissed about the advances. We were all in Sean's house. I was drinking, they were smoking, and everyone was just relaxing. Sean came in on what I am sure he would call a smooth approach. And this is in quotations. My baby is bad, isn't she? Pac threw him a sly smile. Hell yeah. I felt myself blush. Sean was now in full swing. Quote, you think you hit it better than me? I couldn't believe he disrespected me in that way. I was not playing with my response. Sean, what the fuck? Pop came to my defense. Damn, bro, you ain't got to do the sister that way. Tupac appeared upset behind Sean's words, but Sean went in for the kill regardless. I think my dick is bigger than yours. I bet I can make her come faster than you. What's up? Pac was appalled. What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about, nigga? I ain't trying to run no fucking train. Sean continued. What? What you scared of? Let's see who fucks better. Let her be the judge. Yes, at that point, we had been inviting others into our bed for a while. But I'm not used to and will not stand for disrespect. I wasn't the only one upset. Pac shouted, nigga, you talking about pulling your fucking dick out? Sean was undaunted. What? You scared? Tupac simply left. The fuck? I threw that the fuck in there. Okay? Let's continue. Things were contentious since then. The two could be in the same room, and Pac avoided me as much as he did Sean. When they did bump into each other, the tension was palpable. It felt like blows could be thrown at any moment. Months passed with only the tension between them. It was uncomfortable, but nothing life or death. Then one day, while we were at the studio, it happened. I walked into Sean's office and he was having the conversation, in quotes. Sean sat across from Jimmy Henchman. Quote, Pac, don't leave that fucking studio alive. I don't think I was supposed to hear it. I continued as if I didn't. Hey, Sean. Good morning, Jimmy. They didn't seem to think I heard anything. I'm ordering breakfast, smiling. Sean replied first. Let me get eggs, sunny side up, with grits and an orange juice. I could see he was hungover. Good. I don't want him knowing I know anything. If he just put a hit out on Pop, knowing something could be dangerous, knowing something could be dangerous. Jimmy, apparently not hungry, said nothing for me. As he stood to exit the room, he said to Sean, let's make it happen. Then nodded at me and said, Kim, always a pleasure. With a wink to me and a nod to Sean, he turned and walked out. Jimmy was part of the intimate circle. I went on as if nothing was happening. I'll make the call now. This is in quotes. I'll make the call now. I smiled as I left, hoping that I wasn't white as a sheet. I wasn't in the studio that night that Pac survived being shot. Thank God. From what I understand, Sean and Chris saw Pac at the studio after he'd been shot and did nothing. The way God works, after being shot, Pac made it into the elevator and tried to escape, but it stopped at the floor Sean and Chris, aka B.I.G., was on. When the doors opened, they saw him lying on the elevator floor, riddled with bullets. The fact that they didn't call an ambulance, although they saw Pac lying there, swimming in a pool of his own blood, would be all the evidence Pac ever needed. He, of course, assumed they placed the hit, and Tupac is a soldier. This is not something that will be unanswered. Tupac didn't do well. He lost a testicle, but he survived. It was orchestrated, and Sean Puffy Combs was the orchestrator. That is the chapter titled Pac, chapter 6 in the book Kim's Lost Words, A Journey from Justice from the Other Side. That rabbit hole goes very, very, very deep, y'all. Something that I could not fathom to get into right now. But we will, because I already have videos out there. All I got to do is pull them up on my channel. All right? But I wanted to leave you guys with that. All right? Now, in closing, I would like to say thank you to everyone who tapped in and who had something to say, who contributed to the conversation and helped me. You might say, yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah. It's pretty deep, huh? Pretty fucking deep. What up? Wow. Yeah. So we're going to end it there, you guys. I'm going to keep you up to date once the live stream starts on the Tupac trial. We will be in the trial, okay? Definitely, we will be inside one way or the other. And I'm just going to leave it at that, okay? But I want to go and do roll call and thank everybody for stopping in. Big Country 334, Cuz Wido, Tanya Knight, shout out to you. Let me see who else. Nazi Guns, 9296. Thank you, you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. I want to give a shout out to Tanya Knight. Let me see who else is in the building. If I don't catch you guys on this video, I will catch you guys on the next video too as well. And you guys, this was deep, okay? This was deep, y'all. And I hope you guys enjoyed all of the intricate details I gave, all the ins and outs, everything that I brought to you guys. Let me see, hold on. And yeah, this was very deep. Okay. And I want to thank you guys for tapping in. Let me see who else is here. Because like if I said, if I don't catch you on this video, I will catch you on the next video. I will be back live, you guys. We got the same tea, the same messy on these streets, okay? We will be talking about the circus and other things. You know, I'm here to bring you guys, to catch you guys up on the tea or whatever. But this is very necessary, okay? This is very necessary. Let me see who else. Let me see, guys. Yeah, shout out to everybody who joined, okay? Now, if I missed you on the other one, I will catch you guys again. Nigel, Nail on Head Country. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, I didn't even see all this. What the hell? I did not even see all these comments, y'all. They were blocked. I mean, not blocked, but they were like stopped up. Else I would have read them. I didn't even see this. Good God Almighty. Damn. All right. So y'all was commenting. Okay. Ooh, dang. Okay. So shout out to you guys. Big Country again. I didn't know you guys were even commenting. What the hell? It was staged. A few was at the MGM. Orlando was being watched from the start. Just got to rewatch old footage. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Shout out to y'all for commenting. I didn't even know all this shit was here. I would have read it. I sure would. I would have read it, y'all. All right, you guys. But I will see you guys on the next video. Okay. Make sure you guys smash that like button. If you guys are not following, subscribe. Okay. Keep us in the algorithm. They will show us to more people. The more you like, the more you engage. Okay, the more I engage. Make sure you can be part of the replay gang. Do I expect you to watch all 4 hours? Fuck no. Okay, the first 20, 30 minutes, first hour of this video will be fine. But if you want to use me like a podcast, listen to me while you work, listen to me while you play, listen to me while you clean, while you work out, and just let me play in the background. That's awesome too, okay? Be part of the replay gang, one way or the other. Thank you to Allie. Shout out to Big Country. I will see you. Yes, yes, yes. Allie, again, thank you guys for the love. Remember, I'm going to end this with the clip that we were watching in case you guys want to stick around, watch a little bit of that. I'm not going to play the whole thing because it's over an hour. But if you guys want to be part of, if you guys want to watch it in its entirety, make your way on over to YouTube and go ahead and watch that in its entirety. Let me give you guys the deets on this video that I'm about to leave you guys with. Hold on, y'all, so I can tell you who it was by, where you can find this. Because I want to give credit where credit is due, of course. Let me see. Hold on. You guys can go on over to, what is it called? Valuetainment. It's called Valuetainment. Both words put together. And make your way on over to YouTube. And there, this is where you can find this video, okay? And it goes deep, y'all, all right? It's over an hour, so I'm not going to play the exact hour, but I will let you guys get a good chunk of this video. And it is what it is, okay? And I'll see you guys on the next video. Thank you guys so much for tapping in. Until next time, America.
Do you mind highlighting this? And I don't mean to interrupt you. Orlando, they got into a fight because of Trayvon claimed that he took the death row medallion. And at that time, he was given $10,000 for every medallion that they took. Apparently, it was the case, right? Or
all of that's true, except the thing about him offering up any kind of bounty for those medallions has always just been kind of street rumor legend. It's never been validated or verified. But there was a rumor on the street that there was an offer of $10,000 to get one of these death row medallions, which Tupac had and many of the other people at death row possessed. So they're heading over to Suge Knight's club. This is after the Tyson fight. Suge Knight got this club in Las Vegas called the 662. It's a new enterprise for him. He's trying to secure a gambling license and a liquor license. So it's a really big night. It's an important night. He's got Tupac alongside of him in a BMW. Tupac's supposed to perform at the club that night. Mike Tyson's supposed to make an appearance. So it's a big deal. While they're en route there, a white Cadillac pulls up alongside of them. Somebody leans out of the back window and opens fire, hits Tupac multiple times, and he ultimately dies 6 days later in the hospital. So the murder investigation out in Las Vegas begins immediately, and they begin to question people, including Reggie Wright, who was the head of security at Death Row. They try to question Suge. He's not cooperative. Many other people within that entourage get questioned, but the cops don't really make any real headway because people aren't cooperating. So, as a result of that fight that took place between Tupac and Baby Lane, Suge Knight gets himself involved in that melee and gets sent back to prison on a probation violation. So 6 months later, when Biggie is shot, Suge Knight is in prison, or he's in the LA County Jail, facing these probation violations. Biggie comes back to LA in 1997. He's with Diddy and his cousin Little Cease and the rest of the Bad Boy entourage. They attend a party at the Peterson Auto Museum on March 7th of 1997. And as they're leaving, the fire marshals closed the party down for overcrowding. As they're leaving, Diddy and his bodyguard, they're in a Suburban, leaving the location. Following them is Biggie Smalls, his cousin, and several other members of the entourage. And a dark SS Impala pulls up alongside, very similar to what had taken place in Vegas 6 months earlier. An assailant reaches out the window, shoots Biggie several times, and he dies on the way to the hospital. So now the 1997 Biggie Smalls investigation is unfolding, and it's assigned to this guy, Russell Poole, who is an LAPD robbery homicide detective.
Got it. And a part of this, when the shooting happened here and he went to jail, didn't he make an offer to him for $16,000 to say that he wasn't hitting him, he was trying to help him? Did that actually take place?
It did. There's some question as whether it was $16,000 or $60,000.
Okay.
We've gotten different versions of that story. But we know he did go to testify in his hearing and favorably, trying to say, Suge was not kicking me. He was actually trying to stop the fight, and he shouldn't be, violated for his probation. The judge doesn't buy it. He can see that Orlando's lying through his teeth, and Suge ultimately gets sent back to prison.
So it didn't help
8
at
years.
all.
Didn't help at
Okay.
all. All it did was expose him as a perjurer.
Got it. Okay, let's. So from here, at this point, we have both West Coast, East Coast top rappers have been shot and killed. He died 6 days later. He died, on the way to the hospital. There's a recording apparently you can hear the recording on the drive where it's like, I'm trying to find the hospital. Where do I find the hospital? And then he dies on the way there.
Right.
So what happens next?
So after he's DOA, the murder investigation begins to unfold. They secure the crime scene back at the Peterson Auto Museum. And as I said, shortly thereafter, Russell Poole becomes one of the primary investigators to look into the matter. And he begins to figure out that there has been this ongoing rivalry between these two camps. It's been going on for years. There's already been violence between the two camps. And we're seeing that there's this hostile animosity going on, not only between Biggie and Tupac, but between Diddy and Suge Knight, and then their respective crews. So there's like these different levels of the conflict that are going on. So he begins to develop a theory that all of this is probably due to some type of interaction among all of these people. And then an unexpected thing takes place. While he's investigating that, he hears and responds to a shooting that takes place between two LAPD officers. This guy, Frank Liga, who was working undercover narcotics at the time, and an off-duty officer named Kevin Gaines. These two guys get into a road rage incident. They both pull guns on each other. Frank Liga shoots and kills Kevin Gaines. And during the investigation of that shooting, he finds out that Kevin Gaines is driving a vehicle that's registered to Suge Knight's wife. And during the follow-up of that investigation, finds out that Sharitha Knight, his wife, was actually dating this guy and had been for some time, an LAPD officer. So for him, it raises the question, why is an LAPD officer dating the wife of a known criminal and a guy who's got a reputation in Los Angeles that precedes him for violence and that type of thing?
Now, at this time, does he know that that's taking place or no? It's not public info.
Suge is aware of the fact that this incident takes place. He's aware of the fact that they've determined that his wife has loaned her vehicle to this police officer.
Did he know it pre the event or he learned afterwards?
He knew it before.
Oh,
he
so
was
he knew
aware
about it.
that
He
his
was aware.
wife.
Okay.
Yeah. So they were kind of
separated
okay. On the outs. Yeah. So Johnny Cochran ultimately defends the lawsuit that's lodged against the police department representing Kevin Gaines. It doesn't really go anywhere, but Johnny Cochran is of course a infamous LA lawyer.
Oh yeah. So during by the way, his credibility, does he have a strong credibility of who he was with his past?
At the time, Russell Poole was known as a really diligent, hardworking, respected detective.
Had he worked on something this big before, a case this level?
Just some ancillary involvement. When Cosby's kid was killed in Los Angeles, he'd worked hundreds of gang homicides and gang investigations.
He's got experience. This isn't somebody that he knows what he's doing.
He knew what he was doing.
Okay. And I remember when this took place, both of these events took place, P. Diddy, Puffy, and Snoop got on and they interviewed and they said, we got to bring it together. And it was a way of them trying to bring peace. Let's bring West Coast, East Coast together. You could tell there was fear in both of them because if this continues, he's probably next. There's a lot of other people that are going to be next. So they're trying to bring peace.
Yeah, well, particularly Snoop Dogg. I think he was in the middle of it. Dre didn't really want anything to do with all the violence and nonsense going on around Death Row, which is why he ultimately
left. One with Dre.
He just wanted to produce and do his thing and make great music. So he wasn't about all this drama that was going on. Snoop also, he just wanted to, he wanted to do the same thing for all intent and purposes, make music. He wanted to be able to go to New York and do things out in New York and promote his music out there. But this conflict going on between them was making all of that very difficult.
Did you watch that when that interview took place, when they were trying to bring peace? Like, do you when you're investigating, do you look at those types of things or not at all?
Oh, of course we do.
Hey, we're really not trying to hurt anybody. Nothing really happened. Or does that actually bring more attention to say, why is he getting on there saying something like this now? Does it put more of a target on him for saying that or no?
Personally, I think he would have preferred there be a truce, a peace.
Pre both of these events or post?
Prior.
Okay.
And after, both. Because I think he knew how dangerous this was over here. He's a New Yorker. He's not a gangster by nature. He's just a guy who wants to make music and be an entrepreneur and not have to deal with all of the crap that was going on around Suge Knight. When it got really bad was when they were in Atlanta and both of these guys and their entourages were at a nightclub and they got into a little squabble over some girls on the dance floor and one thing led to a pushing match and then of course security tells them to all go outside and then his bodyguard pulls a gun and shoots and kills his bodyguard. So now there's blood on the ground. He holds him responsible for the death of his friend and the conflict is really bad. This all takes place long before these guys get killed.
How much before?
So that shooting in that was in 95 in Atlanta.
Okay, so a year before.
So a year before this. And of course, even before that, 94, he gets assaulted at the Quad Studios in New York and believes that both Puffy and Diddy, at least for a little while initially, he thought that Puffy and Diddy had set him up and they were responsible for that, that robbery. I don't think so whatsoever. And I think he came to learn that it wasn't these guys.
In here, amongst these guys, is it fair to say that these three were not gangsters? He was the only one.
Correct. Definitely not these guys. He was a drug dealer, just a street corner guy. Of course, Diddy was coming up in the music business and kept his nose clean for all intent and purposes. Suge was definitely from the neighborhood. He wanted that whole gang atmosphere and reputation to be what Death Row was. And Tupac ended up kind of becoming an affiliate of the gang that Suge Knight represented, which was the Mob Pyrus. He was not a gang member in any way, shape, or form, but he certainly was associating with them and claiming them because he was looking for
protection.
Not only protection, but a sense of, you know, for lack of a better term, brotherhood
Okay,
and
got it.
belonging.
Which is most of them, though, right? Most, if you get into a gang, you're missing something. There's not a father figure. There's not a French brother you have, so you kind of want to get into something. But based on what I read, is Tupac had a lot of different personalities. One day he's the entertainer. One day we're taking over the world. One day it's a philosopher. One day it's the gangster. So you didn't know who really showed up. So, you know, even him not necessarily taking claims of one certain city, whether it's Baltimore, New York, LA, what are you really representing, right?
Yeah.
But he was man of the people, yet not really affiliated to any gang. So background-wise, would you say he wasn't like an OG gangster compared to him?
Oh, no,
Okay,
none whatsoever. You know, he was a complicated guy, but, you know, he certainly wasn't, you know, a gang member.
Okay.
We call him an affiliate just by this, you know, just by nature of the fact that he's affiliating or
But you don't
associating
call him
with
a gangster or
No,
a gang member. So,
not at
okay,
all.
got it.
Not at all. But we do have to remember that he was at odds with these guys when he was in jail. Suge was the one that came out there and
Bailed him out,
rescued
yeah.
him, got the bail money up, brought him to Los Angeles, allowed him to make some, you know, phenomenal music. And so he saw in Suge a big brother or possibly father figure or mentor. And then, of course, Suge Knight's entourage embraced Tupac, and he saw with them a sense of belonging.
Got it. Okay. So what happens next?
So what happens next? After this happens, Russell Poole then becomes, after the shooting in the aftermath of this cop-on-cop shooting, another incident takes place in Los Angeles where a corrupt cop, a rogue cop named David Mack, robs a bank in Los Angeles, a Bank of America, and runs out of there with like $722,000. Investigators quickly figure out what his involvement was, and they arrest him. And when they arrest him, they find out that he drives a black 1996 Chevy Impala, which is the exact same vehicle as the suspects used in the murder of Biggie. They also find that there's photographs of him wearing a red suit and a red brim hat, what was very indicative of how Suge Knight dressed. And he's from Compton, and he's got a loose affiliation with some Bloods, according to some of the letters he's written while he's in jail. He's claiming these West Side Riders, I believe it was, a Compton street gang. So Russ Poole knows that he has at least one cop who's loosely affiliated with Suge Knight through his wife. And now he's got another cop who's claiming to be a gang, dressing in red clothes, indicative of the Bloods, and drives a black Impala, which matches the suspect vehicle in Biggie's shooting. So he begins to form a theory that potentially this guy was involved in the murder of Biggie Smalls.
I'ma take a bougie ass to Rodeo and then let her pick up whatever she want. CC Gucci hippo, take her whatever she want. She pissed me off somehow, she still get whatever she want. Talking about her nails, I'm feeling nail ass at home. Hit it in the shower, made her tell me what she want. Like I'm singing Maze, I made her tell me what